and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and
Hello, 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 and welcome back, everybody. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer of 2023 edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We are bringing to you guys day number 3 of the Grand Finals now. I can't believe it's already been 2 days now because it felt like, especially after yesterday's matches, it just felt like it was like already a whole journey on its own, you know. So coming to this third day now, you know, we had a bit of discussion as well about like the scores. Looking at the score line right now, you saw like a few surprises for yourself and also some expected stuff for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I was just away for 1 day only, and all of a sudden you see a team that has been able to do a decent performance back in day 1, and I'm talking about Cerberus Esports, who were still on the first page, and they ended up after day 2 sinking down the bottom.
Yeah, I think like since they've gotten their first chicken dinner on like the first match of day 1-1, it seems like they haven't been able to reach the same heights yet again. Like consistently, they've been placing like below 10th place. I think they only had one other good round, which ended them in like 4th place. But for the most part, they actually super underperformed, right? I think overall, especially when you look at yesterday's matches. So that's something really surprising to see. Another team I feel that also is kind of that same boat is Day Trade Gaming. They themselves are currently sitting number 10 on the leaderboard. Similarly to Cerberus, you know, they've only gotten like maybe one chicken dinner, but since then have been struggling, you know, to try to match that sort of consistent performance. Whereas like if you look on the other side of the page, you know, you look at teams like Theraton 5, Global Esports Exit, Made in Thailand, as well as One Call. These guys are constantly still trading rounds against each other. Theraton has been consistently up on top. You know, they took the lead from day number 1, still stayed in the lead all through day number 2 now. So coming to day 3, I wonder what is it going to take to knock these boys off of the top perch.
Yeah, of course, we'll slowly figure that one out, but for those of you guys who are brand new to the PUBG esports scene, welcome on board to the PUBG Asia Super Cup once again. So far, we've already completed the group stages as well as the last chance qualifiers where 20 over teams have tried their way to get into the grand final stage, but only the 16 teams are currently remaining, and there's only a total of 3 days of play, including today.
Yeah, that means like 15 more matches to run here, ladies and gentlemen. It's still going to be a tough one, I think, for everyone involved because, you know, it's still so many games to play, but then there are also some teams, you know, they've been lagging so far behind, and also teams that have been consistently staying on top for a while. What's definitely going to be for certain is that, you know, nothing is for sure. You know, I think it's still very much anyone's game here. Theraton 5's like lead, even though it's still like significant enough compared to Global Esports, but I feel like the field in general is starting to close that gap now to Theraton 5, who, mind you, I think has not actually taken a chicken dinner since like the first day itself. Yeah, like the best kind of finishes that managed to do was like consistently somewhere in that top 5. You know, there may be a couple of rounds where there are a bit of outliers where they finish like in 10th or 11th, but for the most part, you know, Theraton 5 out of a lot of the other teams here has just been able to stay consistently, you know, in the final circle, in the final phases of the fight, and even in the rounds they don't really get placements, you know, they still manage to nail like at least a few kill points, so that naturally keeps them in the lead.
That's right, and overall, we're just going to keep our tabs on some of all these top teams out there. And of course, since you've already mentioned GX as well as T5, I think what's really spectacular to see is that Made in Thailand has also been able to match up to the tempo of the competition as well. Of course, we'll continue on that in a short while. Once again, just unveiling to you the journey so far for all the teams that are on board. And of course, we all start off on the group stages where we have a total of 24 teams split into 3 groups to play through in all these rounds. And the top 8 makes it directly into the grand finals. And some of these teams are actually advancing from the LCQ stage where, of course, the remainder 16 will have to once again play, and only the top 8 qualifies, and here they are in the grand finals. So, of course, when we go into all these take of measurements of score points and everything else, there is going to be something that you guys will have to know, which is the super rule that will be implemented for the entire PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 summer. So, of course, with that being said, here are the placement points.
Yep, exactly. On screen, you can see right now only the top 8 teams will get placement points. And the effect I've seen, having seen the way these teams have adjusted since playing the group stage till now, is that the realization, I think, for a lot of teams is that if you lose out these placement points, you're actually losing out on a lot, because those placement points are crucial in differentiating, the best teams from the top teams. So even if you're a team that still can consistently get kill points, if you're not if you're not in like the final phases of fight, if you're not part of the last 8 teams, 8 squads in the map, you're losing out on a lot of points. And we've seen some teams that have prioritized the kill points over the placement points actually struggle to have the consistency round after round. So naturally now, with this new super rule as well, the standard universal Pubg rule, esports rule set, that has standardized a lot of the spawns when it comes to the blue zones in every single map. There's a different, the way that vehicle spawn as well has been mostly standardized as well. So this means that this is a whole new era of Pubg, competitive Pubg PC here that these new teams will have to adjust to.
I absolutely agree, especially with all these weaponizations, which used to be a Loot Crate exclusive, is now being left available. You can just basically find AUGs as well as Groza very, very early on in the game, and that can really turn the tides around. Even if you were to start off on phase 1, hot dropping on another team, that could be the game changer that really ramps up the pace of how things are going to go inside of the match. And of course, with that being said, what are they playing for in specific? A whole lot of money.
100,000 of those monies you're mentioning there, because like first place will be going home with the lion's share of it with $20,000, 15,000 going to the second place, and third place going 8,000. Then you see like basically a $1,000 split going down all the way until you get to 12th to 16th place. So even the 8 teams that didn't make it out of the last chance qualifier will still go home with $1,000 each. So none of the teams that's involved in this Pubg Aces Super Cup are going to be going home empty-handed. But at this stage of the tournament here, in this grand finals, it's all about the margins here. Even being able to get up from like 6th place to 5th place gets you an extra $500. Getting from 5th to 4th gets you extra 1,000. Same as well 4th to 3rd. But then make the jump from 3rd place to 2nd place. Oh boy,
that's a lot of
you're
money.
getting 7,000 extra, almost twice the amount of money that you would have gotten if you've only been in 3rd place anyway.
Exactly, and this is where when we look into how teams have been so consistent and so motivated to push forward, like they've been working throughout the entirety of the year for this event, and of course many more to come when it comes down to the whole region of Asia Pacific. So with that being said, we've already mentioned some of the names on board, but these are the top 16 teams that are competing here today in the grand finals throughout the course of the week as well. So we got the Expendables, Q Confirmed, Day Trade Gaming, Genius Esports, Cerberus Esports, E-Arena, Made in Thailand, and Archangel Predator.
Yeah, those are the top 8 that made it through from the group stage itself. Then at the bottom there, you will see the teams that made it through from the last chance qualifier itself. So you got New Generation Esports, Deraton 5, Unicorn Venom, Enter Force 36, One Call, Global Esports Exit, Attack All Around, and Purple Mood Esports. I think the most interesting thing to note here is that virtually all of the Thailand teams that played in the group stage made it to the main event here in the grand finals. It's certainly I think a sign showing how dominant this region has been in the Pubg PC space here in Asia.
That's right, and not only that, majority of the teams that's hailing from Vietnam have also been able to do so. So with that in mind as well, when we take a look at the overall picture, this whole Southeast Asian scene has been growing nevertheless. And then you have the staples of the Asia Pacific, where you still see names like GEX that have made it into the global rounds before, just like the name of course. And now, instead of Sun Sisters, we have Enter Force 36 that is rising from the land of the rising sun, literally.
nicely done there. But yeah, Anniversary 6 has been, I think, one of the bigger surprises because I was thinking that Sun Sister was going to have a much better shot, but fortunately they kind of dropped a little bit when it came to the last chance qualifier. Nevertheless, if you have been following us since the group stage, this map pool here will be very familiar because it's practically been the same one every single day. 2 rounds on Miramar back to back, 1 round at Tego in the middle, and then later on 2 rounds in Erangel back to back, making 5 maps just total they're playing per day.
That's right, and this is how teams have been able to get familiarized ever since day 1, where we see a lot more of those contests going on. I'm wondering whether or not will they bring forward more fights early on, especially where look at Picado, whether if Attack All Around is gonna be struck down by all the other teams out there. And speaking of which, of course, let's take a look at the standings.
Yeah, so Theraton 5 has been the outstanding performer over the last 2 days. Not only do they take the lead from day 1 itself off of a very consistent performance on those 5 matches, but day 2 they continue to stay in the lead by virtue of just maintaining a consistent haul of points round per round. Nevertheless though, they haven't gotten a chicken dinner since their first one in day number 1, and since then, even though they have been able to place like 3rd place at the highest, is still lagging behind some of the other teams here. But particularly when you look at the 2nd place to 5th place onwards, it's still very competitive. 1 point difference between, 2 point difference between one called GS Esports, a 9 point difference right now between Global Esports Exit as well as Made in Thailand. But then again, Global had an amazing chicken dinner round yesterday itself that propelled them immediately to this number 2 spot. But then you also have like teams like Purple Mood, New Generation Esports, Attack All Around still remaining fairly consistent throughout the tournament, but now looking like in danger of falling out at top 8.
That's right, and speaking of which, let's also get back into some of the action that we had yesterday, where you did mention, of course, some of the stars of the show yesterday have always been teams like T5 that's been able to climb, but when you take a look at Archangel Predator, this team did so well back in day 1. They went into a lot of all these fights back in Miramar, and they still wreak havoc all across the map. But later on towards the later rounds, of course, we don't really see all too much coming in. So hopefully today they've been able to identify some of all these issues and be back on track. Meanwhile, Attack All Around by far have been improving every step of the way, and I think they've been able to successfully find ways to really grasp control of Miramar. And now that we're starting on Miramar again, I want to see them really amp it up a notch.
And what a really funny thing is about AAA is that, you know, they were super consistent during the last chance qualifier stage. Like that consistency was what allowed them to get into the top, to stay like right in the smack in the middle of that top 8. But once we come to this grand finals here, that its inconsistency is starting to come back. It's starting to creep back. You know, in day number 1, day number 2 actually started off very well for the Thai squad here because they got a chicken dinner. They got 14 kills on that round. It seemed like smooth sailing for them to stay in that top 8. But since that point on, they also dropped massively. Like the next round, immediately they dropped into 15 plays and 0 kill points as well. Then subsequently have struggled even to get into the top 5 or the final 8 of every single map since then. So I think like there could be a bit of like a map preference thing going on here, but we also see this pattern not just Attack All Around, but we also see the same pattern happen with Cerberus Esports, yet another team that have been underperforming here. They still try to take a lot of fights, even in day number 2 itself, but sometimes taking a lot of risk as a result and finding themselves often bowing out, you know, one of the first few teams to bow out, you know, during these matches.
Sure enough, and of course, heading into rounds inside of Erangel, where we finally see one call dominate again. This is not a new sight for many of those that have been supporting the Indonesian squad, because we've seen them thrive inside of maps like Erangel for most part. So in the early stages of the day, perhaps that's where they really have to work on all these huge maps like Miramar, but we've seen a lot of signs of brilliance coming in from their forces, and for now, let's see if there's going to be any form of a difference, because somebody's got to stop T5 on their dominating streak. So hopefully they've been able to basically crack this one open.
Yeah, because here's the thing, because like, well, while you have some of these teams underperforming, you also have some teams that are really, finding their having found their like forte in this grand finals here, like. Particularly, I think of teams like Made in Thailand, for example, who, had a really brilliant chicken dinner round as well. Had done a lot of maneuvering, especially during these final phase fights, to keep control of the circle. Then you also have like, T5 as well had. Just basically follow like a similar sort of like script every single round, where they will always take control over the northern side of the circle, especially during the final phase fights, and then use that as a jumping off point to figure out which side of the circle would they want to push, want to prioritize, which teams they want to try to fight and actually earn kill points from. And you can see that all these mix of strategies here has definitely worked out well for these top 5 teams here, because especially from 2nd to 5th onwards, those teams are just tripping over each other, practically trying to close the gap to T5. And T5 the whole time is just like racking up kills here and there, and still maintaining the top spot. Still a little bit shy of getting the 100-point marker. It looked like it was going to be close to getting that in match number 5 yesterday, but I think today is going to be the day where T5, it's going to be making a break of it them. They've been 2 days, they're in the lead now. Something is going to have to give, isn't it?
That's right, and out of all these many names that we pulled out of the bag, I think we didn't really mention as much for Genius Esports, where Clories have been possibly one of the most outstanding talents here in the field. Not only did he dish the most damage, he's been able to secure the most amount of takedowns, and now he's being tied with Tan Vu with 20 kills apiece. And then here on 3rd as well as 4th, you can see why T5 has been the superstars of the show so far, where you have both Rossitet Jr. as well as Patompong to be able to add all together a total of 30 overkills.
That's the thing. I'm so focused on like the other heavyweights that I completely forgot what a brilliant like game that GE actually played during Genius Esports actually played in yesterday's final match, because they got 12 kills. I think Clories contributed like the vast majority of a lot of kills that Genius Esports has been able to make in the tournament so far. But 2 other mainstays in these like kill leaderboard is of course T5's Rossitet Jr. and Patompong. We've always seen them having the kill lead in match after match, because that seems to be T5 sort of strat. Even if they're not able to contest so much for like the chicken dinner or like the final like placement points, but even if they lose out on those placement points, they still manage to keep up the lead just by getting massive amount of kills out of everyone. Like in one specific round here, which I think is the 2nd to last round of yesterday, that's when they earned like 13 kills. Rossitet and Patompong were just literally playing out their mind in order to pull that off.
That's right, and now I believe that we are getting ourselves ready for our first match out of Day 3 of the Grand Finals. And let's start off with Tiroton 5 first, with Rossitet as well as Patompong to be the tag team duo that's been able to get majority of the points. Not to say that the rest of the members are not really pulling up their weight as well. I think that they've been able to really have this great balance of not only aggression to be displayed, but when they have teams that are going aggressive against them, they just knew exactly how to defend. And this is a team that also excels for mid to long range fights, so that's something to really look out for, especially here in Miramar.
Yeah, and then here's another team there that deserves a lot of credit, because even though like the first day was kind of a bit of a wash for them, even though they did manage to get a chicken dinner that day, but other rounds where they didn't, they always consistently found themselves being amongst the first teams to be eliminated. Second day, they really found their footing. They got yet another chicken dinner and have found a lot more consistency since then, and now are seeing themselves on the 2nd spot here, 9 points clear, Made in Thailand Myth. So that's an incredible achievement here for this Taiwanese squad here, and I guess it shouldn't be that surprising, especially if you're from the Taiwanese scene itself, because they themselves will know how dominant GS can be when things go right for them.
That's right, and overall, I think like out of all these teams that have been playing in Tago, they have displayed that they have that complete mastery in the map. 2 times that we see in the past 2 days, they've been able to at least score a top 3 finish, and as a matter of fact, yesterday they've been able to secure a chicken dinner back in Tago, and that's really allowing them a lot of room here compared to a lot of all the other teams that don't really have that full grasp of understanding when it comes down to how to play Tago competitively, where certain teams were looking to set up choke points and stuff. GEX, they have a formula of their own, and I think like with that form of stability hitting into what some may call it the wild card round out of the day, they know they've already gotten that figured out. So now, question is, GEX racing against T5. Are they gonna do it from the get-go here in Miramar? Let's go.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a nice little drop here in the middle of the dunes of Miramar. This flight path is taking us from the southeastern part towards the northwest, and actually is leaning a lot closer to the coast. So there's a huge swath of land that you can see the teams potentially could try to move up to. Still no word yet on where that circle is going to land, but you can already see that some teams are already rushing to the coast already. E-Arena, in fact, have already jumped off quite early along with GEX as well. It seems like Gex is making their way towards Impala there, but look at the hot drops that are going to be coming towards Picado though. CS as well as AAA going for yet another round of hot drops here in Miramar.
3 days in a row, and they're not stopping at all. This time, hopefully we see something out of Cerberus Esports, who's hoping to revive their title contention, where we're seeing all of them flying into the motel. 2 members out of CES over on the bottom floor. Meanwhile, 2 more out of Attack all around. Just right across. Himas this time will play for the team, whereas he's got to find a way to actually get right through the windows, though. He heard those footsteps, and he does not want to peek in just yet. Who knows what kind of weapon they will be able to salvage in these early rounds. So Cerberus Esports got to get really slow to figure things out.
That's the thing, like, the last thing you want is to just, like, hurriedly rush into a fight when you're underprepared and just completely concede the kill point without being able to take the trade. That'll be the worst case scenario in these kind of hot drops here. For now, though, it looks like both AAA and CES are just kind of calling a bit of a truce in the beginning here, just able to get a little bit of time to get some of these resources picked up, although, as I say, that frag grenade is already being thrown around the outside and damage is already being done to some of these teams here, but nevertheless, Himas is going to try to keep his buildings at least clear right now, going upstairs here. I think it's going to be quite important for these guys to actually take the rooftops as well, the high ground here, because I think especially around Picado, staying on the low ground just means that you're losing out on visual, over the area, and you just basically have a very little situational awareness whenever you're stuck in the lower floors here in this town.
I absolutely agree, especially when they do get control of the office building. You just get a bird's eye view of the entire township available. So Attack all around, we may not see them having the best form of weaponry just yet. A couple of them are still coming with SMGs of their own. Cerberus Esports plotting an invade, bringing the shotgun at the ready, but there's a micro Uzi that's about to point right at him. Yankov being sent a signal warning, whereas DM cut. He's going to blind off at least one angle with the smokes. Get going for them. This time they're approaching this with a little bit more of a better idea compared to the other bouts that they had where they just absolutely get wiped out through the staircase. This time, he's got the AUG unleashing it towards members of AAA.
Yep.
And will find a shot against Jedi.
Nice shot there with the shotgun. Now Himas is going to duck into the building now to avoid the other member of AAA, but I think he might have just given it a slip. So there's already a first blood there, but it's still not quite an elimination yet. The member of AAA, Jedi, is still bleeding out right now, although I don't know if AAA is going to be moving soon to get a revive on him, but I think they're also equally trying to just anticipating a sort of a counterattack, or rather trying to get onto the area. Ooh, that frag grenade getting a little too close for comfort there for Equilucia. So he's still trying to get a revive anyway, but Z finds him there inside there, while Hasaki also sends in a frag grenade to deal most of that damage. Now Himas is going to drop into the building yet again. Duckmai still lurking around downstairs, can hear the footsteps up above. He's ready with a shotgun. Gets one, gets two, takes out AAA, and they're out in 16th place.
This time a much more perfect execution coming out of Cerberus Esports. They turned the tides around, and they eliminated Attack all around, and these guys walk away with no points. This is devastating for AAA. Meanwhile, Zess has gotten himself a little bit more of a crate out of the air, so he'll be able to get a lot more in return. But man, Cerberus Esports knew exactly what to do. You saw the swarming in. They're swarming in from all directions on the 2-2 split formation, and they've already sniffed out every single member of Attack All Around. And it's also sad to say that AAA, they couldn't fight back because they don't really have the right weaponry to do so.
I guess, but then again, you know, how much weapon can you get? While we were talking all about that, Evil Patrick just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. In the middle, all 4 members of T5. That was a chicken, that was like a barrel, shooting fish in a barrel for T5, if I've ever seen one there. So Tanandol finishing off the kill there with a splatter as well. We've been seeing plenty of splatter kills actually since yesterday itself.
Absolutely love it. That's a sign of dominance, right? Like you just really want to show them who's boss, where Archangel Predator, as much as you want to send the scout or so, going too far off is sometimes a death sentence, some may call it. Hasawa, though, he's trying to get his vehicle to the garage, but somebody here is planning up a heist, and that's going to be Delwyn looking through. And I'm not sure if Hasawa spots him, and he does get a glimpse. Doesn't seem to have gotten much damage done as Delwyn throws out a grenade.
Oh.
Another trade back coming from Hasawa, but Delwyn's going for the chase.
Yeah, he's going to chase him down, but again, like, this is T5 actually encroaching into the Expendables area because they actually have set up their own anchor around Hacienda del Patron. So, if anything, like, T5 was just trying to expand out a little bit, trying to feel around in these other complexes here, and just so happened to bump into Delwyn that time. Pretty fortunate for Hasawa to be able to pull out of that without too much damage. So, we'll have to see how would that continue on. In the meantime, for Unicorn Venom, seems like an encounter right now with New Generation Esports. They're running straight into this complex here with Sapawa set up in. He's going to go for the spray. Guess what? Knocked down now. He's trying to wait around to see where the other members of NG is going to be coming around. He sees Pop, he goes for the shot, misses it completely, stays on the rooftop though. Zilpi is not going to be coming in time to back him up, so unfortunately Sapao is going to have to take an L here as That Blue takes him down with the AUG. Now That Blue is now trying to come back into this fight here, but Pop in the meantime finds NBK on the outside, takes him out and deletes him from the map.
My, what a swarm of players coming out of UV that has been able to at least get one back, but Sapao, after he was being knocked out, UV was being forced to back away, and that fight itself was supposed to be pretty much winnable, but NGE, they've been able to figure out a way to just take out Sapao, and after that, actually bagging more points as compared to UV. NGE now takes over the slum areas across the power grid section, but for now, there's not too much of a sight of opponents going to be around him, so they will be able to at least hold on to this area of play for much longer, as this is still within the circumference of Phase 1.
Uh-oh, as NGE try to go down southwards, Day Trade actually moves up to the north as well, so might be a bit of counter there. Genius Esports have already found themselves on a nice hilltop. It's giving them plenty of view right now. Seems like Day Trade has already stopped moving in that direction. They decided to dig into one of the compounds here. Still, he has a link up with his teammate, which is going to be Smell, but at the moment seems to be getting into a contact here with one called Trick, so that's actually keeping him stuck within his compound right now. He's going to pick up a vehicle here, hopefully going to pick up his teammate Smell in order to try to run this rest of the tournament here as a duo, while all the other squads are still out there to find their heads.
True enough, and playing in Miramar as a duo versus a stack of 4 definitely isn't easy at all, but so long as they can find ways to survive, it should be sufficient as compared to, you know, getting yourselves into the thick of fights where you're already outnumbered. Jacob slowly lurking on the foothill where CZ is currently at, E-Arena, and the entirety of the squad is by the spine of the hill as well. Not sure if Jacob's going to be able to do all too much, but KM99 is already advancing forward, but on that bike, doesn't seem like he noticed though, so Jacob, he gets all that intel, and now he's going to be moving off for his own, going to keep himself safe. Yeah, as a party.
The thing is that Miv is quite spread out. You already have Duckman and Rogue Nan actually making their way towards La Driella, which is actually further away from the safe zone here compared to where Jacob is. So not going to be wise for him even to try to take this fight like 4v1 here against E-Arena anyway. So a good call on Jacob's part to not try to take the engagement. In the meantime, enter Force 36. Which side of the circle are they right now? I think it's somewhere around the north here, actually close to where T5 is currently set up in. Sylphia is now taking control of this one complex. It's actually being overlooked by a couple of members of Archangel Predators as well, so it's not exactly a safe spot, although it is a bit of a high ground here. Or rather, the rest of his squad actually took control of another complex up on the higher ground, so perhaps it can keep him supported should AAP decide to move down.
Sure enough, whereas Cerberus Esports, they hear all these engines roaring coming in from Daytrade, but there's not much angles for them to work with though. And now that the convoy is all moving up towards the north, there's bound to be plenty of fights that will happen across the fields of St. Martin. Speaking of which, we're already seeing a lot of shots being fired coming in from Purple Mood as well as T5. And we also do have E36 currently going for engagements as well. Water treatment would probably be one of the perfect place to be at the moment, as it's being unoccupied for the time being.
The problem is you're going to fight through a whole bunch of squads if you want to get there, especially if you're coming down from the south side. You can see the mass migration of teams now making their way to the safe zone as this blue zone is going to be ticking down very soon. Expendables under a lot of pressure now against GX there. Duck Juice very, very low now, forced to bring his health kit to bear. Saber is going to try to push forward anyway over the top now as he sees can't quite see Duck Juice over the smoke, unfortunately though, so it actually gives him the slip. But nevertheless, Zen9 will find him anyway, knocks him down, so that's going to allow Saber to finish him off pretty much. Now he just needs to watch out for the other members of the Expendables. Oh, drag grenade coming in from the other side there from the Expendables almost catches Savior off guard, but fortunately he's able to stay out of the way and out of damage.
So much of these utilities being utilized so early on. I do wonder if they do have enough stocks for the late game phase of the circle where the Expendables being forced into a two-way trade as well. There's GE up north, and on the south side there is Global Esports Exet and Delwyn already getting tagged. Meanwhile, E-Arena opting for the safest route possible with the emergency pickup, but that will possibly be them being sitting ducks the moment that they do land on the ground. Therefore, all the other players out on the field are currently gunning out for them. Battlegrounds has already spotted out the rest of E-Arena.
Just think, like, if I was E-Arena, I would drop a little bit further up north, not like right now, where you're still going to be a sitting duck to all these shots coming out from AAP, from T5, and maybe even E36 might get in on the action as well. But it seems like they're dropping on top of where Archangel Predator is currently set up in, so it's a 4v2 situation right now, it looks like, although he's got Algae Boss as well on the outside, or Nan's actually further back up, so they perhaps will be able to provide a bit of an anchor here, but nevertheless, fights breaking out all over the circle right now. Archangel Predators under pressure here from E-Arena, who hot drops on top of them here and seem to have been able to come through as a full squad.
And just look at them taking over the entirety of the territory, and they're the ones playing inside of the compound instead, whereas Archangel Predator understands the risk. They will build out this situation with enough smokes to be set up by Nan, and this is where he's just gonna take aim with that Mini 14. Meanwhile, E-Arena, this is going to be a huge predicament for them, where they're going to be stuck inside of these buildings for a very long time until Archangel Predator moves away.
That's the thing, like, it's very much going to be a siege between both of these squads now, and with Archangel Predator having taken the complex on the north while E-Arena on the south, they're just going to be uneasy neighbors, at least until we can see where this next circle is going to direct all the teams towards. We also see, like, Cerberus is still out on the blue zone right now. They have vehicles, so they can easily get themselves into the safe area whenever they want, but it seems like they're looking to try to wrap around and try to avoid some of these densely populated fights that's going on in the south side of the circle. Now, the circle still lands on top relatively of where AAP and EA is, so they're not exactly going to be incentivized to move very much. Though for the other teams, like One Call, especially like moving in from the north side, that's going to put them in the collision course right now with Interforce 36. So that's already a firefight starting to break out here on the north side.
Yeah, and just look at the clusters down south. There's about 6 teams that's currently in contest, whereas One Call decides they are going to try to remove Sylphia, who's currently the Lone Ranger inside of the compound. Meanwhile, the rest of Interforce 36, they're moving on top of the hill to find angles against Interforce, who's currently storming in. They're the first one to be knocked out, and this is going to be quite the tough call for them to make on how to handle the situation. And Nando, he's currently going on the push. He's looking for a kill, and eventually he may just have found 2 in the bag.
Here's a real problem here for E36 because by going down on the ground here, they conceded a lot of ground to Jexi, so he has free reign right now to rain bullets upon them on that compound. They've successfully got the TR teammate back up now, but then one call has also conversely decided to pull out of this compound here in order to fall back towards the north side. Jexi now is going to be joining in with the rest of them on ground here to try to force, hopefully, E36 out of this compound here, but you also have UV taking over the place where E36 was set up before this, and now using that opportunity to keep one call's trick under fire.
And over here, Jexi has just got them locked right in. There's no way out for Starlord, but he's going to be pouncing forward, and Jexi, 4 HP, and he takes him down. Starlord's not going to have any form of health for the time being, and look at that go! He tries to join the fight, and here arrives UV.
Oh boy, UV coming in just clutch there, but then still, one call is not out of woods yet. XD1 had the start off shotgun ready, but Nando was able to knock him down. Nevertheless, Sylphia was able to back him up there and take him down. So now he will be able to get the revives back on both of his teammates, though they now are still going to be under siege anyway because UV is still under position. Cerberus, though, coming onto UV's position now, so Unicorn Venus as well and Silky are now in deep trouble here because there's 3 members of CS and they want to take this compound away from them.
And there's just so much pressure onto your UV as they are currently split up. They did manage to get a few trades going for them. Now Haisaki is just going to lock them into place. And now hunting them out with an M4 in hand. 2 members have to hold them out for now. Haisaki still being zoned out as a lot of all these deathlights are now being tossed towards the lower ground. Whereas the rest of Cerberus Esports, as much as they are working with 3 members, they make it feel like it's 4 members against Unicorn Venom. Smell, he's looking for those angles though, right out the window, but he's also got to be careful for himself. Meanwhile, Solalzi, he still finds members of E36.
E36 for some reason decided to try to bump on this compound here, but XK1 gets himself taken out for his efforts here. Cerberus, though, they have already gotten 2 members knocked out. Solo Z is going to scramble and try to get on top here, get the trade, but he's not going to be able to save Hamas, though. He's going to be bleeding out, and he's going to be out for the count. Haisaki is still somewhere out there, but unfortunately, Solo Z is not going to be able to reach him in time, with the other 2 members of UV still lurking around the corner. Don't think he's going to be able to move out anytime soon.
Though they did manage to get high frags, they will really have to find ways to get into the zone where there's not much time left. Both teams has got to make a move, and Starlord, he spots one out of UV, and this is the goal time for Cerberus Esports. Solalzi comes in with the blinds, and he will shut them all down. Unicorn Venom's out.
Wow, the assist coming in here from E36 Cerberus is definitely going to be like a little bit elated about that, but nevertheless, they're still not quite out of the woods though, because E36 has already beaten them to the next circle here, so potentially could keep them gatekept around the outside. That's only if E36 avoids getting into contact with Myth, who already are starting to open fire anyway onto them, so not exactly the most secure position. E36 will have to move. And speaking of movements though, Purple Mood Esports moving straight onto NG's position here. Tanawat is the only one standing in this 4th position right now, NG is still dug in here. Tanawat sending as many grenades as he can here, while Thunders is going to be coming to Dragon directly on their own compound, opening up fire here. Thunders gets the first knockdown, tries to find the second one, but Nuglu comes to the door, only he gets himself on the ground.
My, Thunder is just striking them down like lightning, whereas there's still more members coming in from the Expendables though, and there is going to be blood splattered across. Borbolts gets a knock, but in return, NGE will still be depleted.
Yeah, Borbolts with the final kill there, so that's PLM now taking control over that side. But in the meantime, Daytrade is also moving up. Sylphia now getting completely caught out here by CS as they move into the safe zone, so now they will take control over this hilltop that's going to be overlooking where Myth is. Daytrade Gaming also having moved out from the south side, sees a huge compound that the Expendables have taken control of, and is currently trying to also keep Purple Mood Esports off the back by making sure they have control over this crest over here.
And everybody's basically fighting over high ground for the time being. And from the moment that Cerberus Esports won the fight in Picado, you see them rise up with this form of momentum, even despite them losing out 2 members. They've already got 8 frags of their own, which is now on the MK12, finding somebody to catch out from long range, whereas Purple Mood find it very difficult to find ways to push up this heal, whereas there's also Day Trade on the other corner, and this is just going to be a 4-way fatal fight that will decide who actually gets into the circle. Meanwhile, while all these chaos is happening, T5 are still uncontested directly in the center of the zone.
It's gonna be like that for a while now. Pilgrim Mood though tries to give the Day Trade the slip. Unfortunately, Thunders will get knocked down on the outside and will get deleted off of the map there by No Rins. But PLM are trying to get on the compound there where the Expendables is, so now they're gonna try to get into open competition. Tablet's been knocked out, so is Fluky, as well as more boats. Now one last member still remains on PLM, 2 members still on TE side. Then they're gonna try to flank around here as they attempt to try to get the revive, it looks like. But then unfortunately, Tanawa is so far away though. Oh no, this is not looking good here for PLM. They're not going to be able to recover from this, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult for Purple Moon to even get into the zone right now. It's just Barrowlands, flat grounds, where he will have to take the very final second to move right into the upcoming phase. Whereas Day Trade Gaming, they played slow and steadily and still have gotten 1 member knocked out. Rossi the Julian somehow spots out 1 more member of Purple Moon Esports, and that's where all these teams that are currently contesting are looking for 2 compounds only. The area where Day Trade as well as T5 is currently at. But Belmont finds it really hard to invade the rest of TE. The Expendables here just having a stronghold inside of the building, whereas every other team on the outskirts just really have to find ways to squeeze right through.
Oh, Day Trade still taking this fight now. T77 gets spotted out, finished off by Belbov, and that's just in time though because he's down to 10 health. While all this fight was happening as well on the north side, E-Arena, CS bumped into each other, and seems like that encounter didn't quite work out well for them because we still have Zissy still outside of the blue zone, not able to get inside in the safe zone quite yet, while Day Trade continues to encroach themselves into this area here. Now they're trying to assault into this warehouse, the last bastion here for the Expendables, as Delwyn attempts to try to head off another attempt to flank around there by Day Trade. You also got Q confirmed starting to get in the mix as well, attempting the third-party Day Trade, and that might be a distraction that could be a potential for Expendables to come out and try to pick up some kills and hopefully peel away. But in the meantime, Q confirmed sustaining a lot of damage there, even though they do get eliminations done on Day Trade, so it's not exactly a clean fight for them either. So right now, Day Trade is finding himself sandwiched between 2 teams there. Q confirmed still pushing forward here. Belmont still trying to fend off this assaulting position that Q confirm is attempting to do inside his compound, and while the whole time the Expendables just holding steady inside the warehouse, not even concerned at all with Day Trade's attempt to pressure them.
And he's the only member left, whereas all these death blades being thrown upon him, and stuns after stuns. This is not gonna make it work, and they will eventually falter. Day Trade Gaming have fallen at 7th spot, whereas that overwhelming pressure coming out of Q Confirm have really devastated them the moment that they were going to form outskirts, or else that could have been a winnable fight against TE.
Yeah, and TE now coming out to try to clean up house here. Q Confirm hasn't been able to get the revive out for one of the members, so unfortunately he will get deleted out. Leon Q's is still bleeding out in the moment, while Opons and Petret still try to hold control inside the building here, but you got Tanvu setting up whatever grenades he still had left into this building. And I must mention as well, while this is happening, GE as well as GX are currently locked in the fight on the western side, and it seems like the Genius Esports is winning that one there. Also being assisted by Myth somewhat as well. Zest now trying to force the rest of GX off of this perch here. He has already got 2 members of his own down. He gets the last kill there. The Global Esports exits Leo and will be able to eliminate them in 6th place.
And now they've managed to salvage the situation. The only trouble right now is to get into a safer area, whereas the rest of Made in Thailand is swarming upon members of GE. Speaking of which, here comes Rogue, more grenades flying in, and it clips upon 2 members all together. Rogue still trying to find ways to push forward. He's got the AUG, but he's just been blinded out by all these flashes upon him. He's got to reposition and have to play with 2 members apiece, and MITH, despite them having to, they cannot afford to push forward just yet, and they will still have enough grenades to throw directly at GE.
Yeah, still raining in it on top of them. Chloris was just been revived now, so Zest goes with Surti, also bringing up just in time as Rogue Nan actually moves up as well, almost catches them while they're still in mid-revive there. Fortunately for them, the thing is that T5 is also starting to move out as well, but unfortunately with the last kill being done onto the Expendables there, Delman and Tanfu caught outside there by QC, so that leaves these 4 teams now. Only T5 has the full stack, though granted they stayed out of trouble for the most part. They do find Opan on the outside of the circle there and will knock him down, takes him out completely. Myth in the meantime trying to move up onto Genius Esports. They got the knockdown of Chloe's now. Sess and Surti will get the final kills there on both Roguenan as well as X-Crozit taking out Myth. So now it's between them, T5 as well as Pedret from Q confirmed.
But they're now being pincered by both Tiraton 5 as well as Q confirmed. Patampong now pushing upwards, and Surti will have to seek him out before they get depleted. And that was quite the grand reset. MITH lost out because they did not pursue this few numbers up ahead, and this is where GE will be taken up. Tiraton 5 once again on their onslaught and have spotted the final member remaining out of Q confirmed, and it has to be Pedret. And now walking right into the crosshair of Rossington, and this is where they celebrate their second chicken dinner.
Wow. Okay, like in the grand scheme of things, for everyone else that was like fighting in this final phase here, it was a huge mistake to not pressure this team at all. Tiraton 5 had the full stack going into the final circle, and they virtually controlled that final fight as well, given the the fight that was going on between Daytrick, Q Confirm, as well as the Expendables was tying up that western side. Then on the east side, you had the Global Esports exit and the Genius Esports taking those 2 fights and then getting a bit of an assist as well from Myth. But the whole time, the Tiraton 5 was just staying in the compound, staying quiet, staying silent, and by the time all the other teams have just eliminated each other, they were able to come out, sweep the whole circle, and just find themselves having the chicken dinner now. So that's certainly going to solidify their lead, no doubt.
Yeah, and overall, the game plan has been pretty straightforward for Tiraton 5. Aim for the best possible spot and then play for that late game hurdle, right? And there's just absolutely no contest, and the spot that they've booked for themselves as compared to TE may just be a little bit inaccessible because of the fact of the circle that actually has every other team surrounding each corner of the map, and they will basically have the bird's eye view upon who rotates first into the compound of where Tiraton 5 was at. And that's where, when anyone else that did manage to cut through the halfway mark, Tiraton 5 would be able to settle score.
So, like I said, you know, they were in the lead since day number 1, and with this chicken dinner now in day number 3, it looks like that lead is still going to continue on for the rest of the day here, unless another team is going to be able to pressure them, hopefully deny them kill points when it comes to these the rest of the matches here today. But nevertheless, you know, there's still plenty of good fights that we saw here, like Purple Mood versus NGE just now, and then we got Daytrade going against the Expendables. Main in Thailand as well did quite a lot of movements, as we've seen. Like their strategy always in these final phases is always make these kind of rotations to head off these teams anytime they're engaged in a firefight. It's worked out well for them in the past, and it looked like it was going to work out well for them as they were able to get eliminations done onto GE, but definitely they didn't consider that like T5 was going to be able to sweep them coming afterwards with the full stack, and that already put them in a disadvantage. We spent so much trying to get those kills already, and it was still already kind of like getting to the final phase there with less than a full squad anyway, so it was still a little bit disadvantaged, to be fair.
Yeah, and overall, we may not actually see too much of a shift within the top 4 of the standings because of T5's victory here in the first match. But not only that, we also last saw MITH was also on the top 4, and not forgetting GE that has made the cut into the top 3. And then GEX, despite them finishing on 4th place as well, the last I checked it was about 2 points accrued from eliminations only, and I guess they did add up a little bit more points from placement. So what we're going to be looking at later on when we do tabulate all the scores all together is how much have all the other teams bounced back up. And I think like the biggest winner here in this round itself does not only belong to T5. I would say Cerberus Esports have an impeccable performance, starting off with taking out Attack All Around, and then later on, as they rotate up north, they've been able to found so much more in return. By the first quarter of the game, they've already gotten themselves 8 points.
Yeah, I'm going to be really curious to see how that's going to affect them, like in the long run here. But certainly safe to say that is like a nice, a decent comeback. Not exactly like the most high-performing, not exactly the best performance we've seen from Cerberus by a long shot here, but nevertheless, given the context of how terribly Day number 2 went for them, this sort of recovery is definitely something that's needed right now. Theraton 5, having taken 19 points in total, will be taking the bulk of the points for this first match here. Made in Thailand, making it to second place here, 11 points ahead of Q Confirmed. So at least, getting those kills there certainly still did pay off for Made in Thailand. Genius Esports was still able to get some decent fights here, and still was able to eliminate Global Esports exit. So that was 5 kill points for them, and that's enough to keep them tied with Q Confirm as well. As Cerberus Esports, 0 placement points because it got eliminated early on in that final phase, but still, like I said, with the extra kill points managed to get off of the backs of the fight with AAA, and then later on with E36, that is certainly enough to keep Cerberus Esports somewhere in the running here.
That's right, and overall we also see improvements coming in from Enterforce as well as Daytrade Gaming. I think like Daytrade Gaming was just put into a very unfortunate circumstance, right? Like they had 2, 3 teams going after them, but at the same time, same could be said about Enterforce 36. We last saw them running all about, and as much as they got some of these frags back, they just slowly get taken down one after another, and now, lo and behold, on the first round itself, Theraton 5 have now breached the triple-digit mark.
Well, yeah, that was gonna come sooner rather than later, especially on day 3 here. But I'm still massively surprised at like how the other teams kind of underperformed a little bit. We see it. We already see like Purple Mood, one call already making the way upwards here. Made in Thailand now up in 3rd place here with 81 points. Genius Esports now in 4th here with 77 points. Still very competitive here in this top 8 here, at least if you count from Theraton 5 on downwards. But you also see teams like Attack All Around, Daytrade Gaming just out of the top 8 right now, but not too far away in terms of points. So I think a good round for them, and especially a chicken dinner, should bring these teams back contention. But you look even further down, Q Confirmed, even though they were one of the standout performers here in match number 1, has unfortunately not been able to make too much progress out of the second page. Still stuck in 13th place right now. And the team out of everyone who has basically the highest mountain to climb here, certainly Enterforce 36, have not been able to accumulate enough placement points over the last 2 days now. And in spite of this spirited performance here in match 1 here in day 3, still not enough to get himself out of 16th place.
Let's check out the top performer inside the Miramar from the past round. So, of course, there was a lot going on for Cerberus Esports, and it was Lalzi that has been able to seal 4 total points back to the team, alongside with YM Cut to add 3 on the board as well. And then, of course, when we go into the late game, we see a lot more of that showing coming out of Zest, and not forgetting Duckmans, who have been able to carry forward the rest of MITH, despite them eventually being pincered by both GE as well as members coming out of the rest of T5.
Yeah, it's especially good to see that Cerberus is having 2 of their members having the kill lead here, and certainly it's going to be a path of recovery now for this squad, because they didn't exactly have the best of starts in this grand final. So hopefully this is going to be a turning point for them in terms of the performances here. Still seeing T5's Hatsawat here. I mean, it's probably going to be quite a familiar face when it comes to these kill leaders here, as T5, as long as T5 doesn't find himself pressured too hard in the early mid-game phase, I think we're still going to be seeing T5 continue to just rack up these kind of performance here to just maintain their lead. But right now, with like the chicken dinner already taken, I think like a lot of them can kind of breathe a little bit easier now, because definitely yesterday's recurring theme was just seeing other teams starting to creep onto their lead, starting to edge away at it. Zest as well, had to do quite a bit of recovery run there, especially when the encounter with GX didn't quite work out well for him. But it's great to see they was able to rack up 4 kills in that round, because it was certainly a well-deserved kind of fight that he was able to take there.
Yeah, and overall, once we have concluded our first round here in day 3, we start to see the rise of all these Vietnamese players that have been able to really show up strong. And then you see a lot of the Thai teams that we've been raving about that have been able to not only have all of their teams make it through the last chance qualifiers, now we see majority of them being on the second pager, putting aside Pubg as well as MITH.
So yeah, let's have a look at once again at Theraton 5. Oh, total kills 68 right now. 11,953 total damage done. This is going to be, this is actually the stats for the overall now from 3 days. So yeah, there's a lot of points have been able to get in those 3 as well. But what I want to see from Theraton 5 here, I guess from here on out, is like, I think it's just the same level of consistency I saw from yesterday as well, where they were still able to still farm points, still have moments where they will be able to dominate the final circle, but even they don't really have to contest so much with the chicken dinners anymore. Now they've already met their goal in this first match of the day. So now it's just a matter of like maintaining momentum, maintaining their pace, and making sure that they stay ahead of everyone else just by virtue of just picking up kill points every single round.
Yeah, and if you just add all these numbers all together and you count it by average, how crazy is this team? Like, we're talking about 11 rounds being played out so far, and they have an average of 6 kills per round. And that itself, on top of their placements, they've always been around the top 4 ratio. So this is definitely something that is extraordinary when you look at how this Thai team has been able to do so much throughout the course of the tournament, and definitely will have a lot of fans being gained from this tournament itself.
Oh, for sure. Like, I don't think even a lot of like Thai viewers were particularly pegging T5 to be the dominant one in this competition here. I think a lot of other standout Thai teams were certainly fitting that bill a lot more. And T5, having just gotten a huge surge right now in this grand finals, are looking like one of the favorites in this tournament here. Another big favorite, of course, is going to be this squad right here, Myth, made in Thailand, a long standing organization here for PUBG PC, has seen quite a number of lineup changes. This current lineup is still looking very, very strong though, and having been able to get themselves in 3rd place now since day number 2, I think the proof is very much in the pudding for these boys.
That's right, and Duckmans have ample amount of experiences, not only back in the local scene of Thailand, but have also played back then in the PUBG Super Cup and even in the global round. So MITH definitely have him being the leader of the pack, so reliable in all form of situations. And in that past round, he's been able to bring back majority of the points back to the team. And we've also seen all the other members really putting in equal amount of effort. And back in day 1, it was Exquisite that did manage to take the most points for a team. Now, everyone's just returning the favor, one after another.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into match number 2. It's going to be Miramar once more. This time around, a flight path going all the way from south to north, splitting the map more or less 1/4 away from the right-hand side. So that means that it's still going to be flying above Los Leones. It's going to be flying above La Bendita. Still leaving the door open, though, for both AAA and CS to go for the hot drop yet again of Picado. And I think it's just going to get... I'm really starting to get used to this now. Just seeing both these teams now jumping out in the middle of this flight path, going straight towards Mercado. They really don't want to let the town go, don't they?
They definitely want to ensure that they keep this pressure on, because the last time that AAA have won them multiple times, Cerberus Esports were upset. Now that they are on Fury form, we last saw them pick up 10 kills. They're going to try to reenact what they've been able to do, but of course improve it along the way in order to get more points out of placements instead. Now, all eyes on Picado. Both teams kind of stretch pretty far, so they don't really have much options for the apartments, and instead are finding themselves docking into the open fields of the motel. Now, this is going to be difficult because there's not going to be much loot, but take a look at this. Skirt, the first one to land. He's already got a weapon in hand, and look at Exclusive. He's got an SLR.
Yeah, he's trying to go for the shot. Didn't quite nail it down, though, before CS landed on the ground. Jedi picks up a Scar L as well, although not a lot of ammunition, so he can't really spam too much. Oldest Skirt already has the S1897, so that should give him a lot of firepower should any members of CS come around the corner here. Solo Z also finds a holographic sight somehow in that commotion there to go along with his 416. So we're still going to be back into the paces here yet again, though, as these teams are still yet in standoff. Jedi is already taking quite a bit of damage. Jaguar of Ecolucia coming around the corner. Might actually catch Solo Z around here, but remember, he does have the shotgun, though, so they can't exactly confront him directly there. A frag grenade is going to be coming out there, forcing them to fall back a little bit, taking a bit of damage, but nevertheless, they still will be able to head him off here around the corner.
Great zone control coming in from the rest of the members of Cerberus Esports to protect Salalzi. Now Hisaki is coming in with a flank of his own, just walking past out of sight, and I don't think Exclusive have noticed this at all. The rest of Attack All Around, they have to respond in kind, and it doesn't seem like the rest of them have been able to prepare themselves all too much. Yankov trying to find another angle, and finally, Jedi secures Salalzi on the ground.
Yep, they also got a knockdown on Hisaki. They got a knockdown on Duckmai as well. Oh boy, this is looking bad now for CES. So it looks like Attack All Around is coming in with a huge revenge play here against Cerberus from knocking them out in the previous round. Otiscript popping up the window there. He's not got to watch out because Himas does have a 249 in his hand there, so they can certainly pour a lot of firepower down. But Otiscript only needs to get lucky once though in order to deal in order to knock him down. Now the frag grenade is forcing Hamas now to cut up onto the top side here. That's going to allow AAA to get control over the ground now that Hamas is currently standing on here. He's going to try to get a revive in, the health kit onto himself as well to get himself up to speed. But safe to say though, with the eliminations already done on CS, they are certainly not looking too good.
Attack All Around doing exactly what their name tells you, as they're all wrapping across the entire section of Picado. Himas now finds himself an AUG, changes it against the M249 because that could basically take too long and has pretty high of a recoil. Meanwhile, Fab, he's looking upon the rest of Picado here, hoping to catch something from the elevated hills. And I'm not too certain if they're going to get all too much. Exclusive finally lands the final blow at Cerberus Esports. This time will be knocked out, and AAA exacts their vengeance.
Yeah, that's 1 for 1 for day number 3. Haven't been keeping tallies for day number 1 or 2, though. Hopefully you guys in the chat will be able to keep us updated on that. But nevertheless, NG now just trying to keep AAA contained here right now with Fab and Hakai already taking position up on this hilltop side. That's giving him a perfect view right now to try to get some drops. Almost get the drop there to Jankutu off. Not enough, though, to get him down before he ducks into the building. Nevertheless, Hakai still going hand with that mini 14, tries to go for another shot, misses yet again. AAA now ducking into the building here, but they still need to move out at some point though, because that's the next circle is biased towards the northeastern side, and that's very much out of range here for both AAA as well as NGE. In fact, NGE is already piling into vehicles and starting to make their way, or might they get into the counter UV here? Smells an opportunity here as he jumps out of his vehicle here to try to go for a spray, but I think a little bit slow to the uptake here. Might be able to find one on Fop though, but then he's already on the way out.
Yeah, not gonna be an easy catch at all, especially when they are all on vehicles. Also in the midst of their rotation phase 1 ending right about now, as the rest of these teams will have to journey their way upon the section of the eastern shorelines, because the circle is gonna be around El Azahar, and as much as these teams are taking their sweet time to restock on whatever is necessary, we've already seen a couple of early altercations that have yielded, of course, the best results coming in from AAA. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are just hoping not to lock horns all too early. Made in Thailand have gotten another team on their side, and that is going to be E Arena just right across them as they try to bypass Impala.
I'm just surprised they're not actually pulling the guns out and trying to knock down Zizzy there, but looks like EA Arena also sees Myth moving across, and Myth actually cuts them up a little bit coming into this safe zone here, now trying to find a compound to take position in. Fortunately, EA Arena is still running alongside there, so Myth isn't really they don't seem to be too concerned about that. They just want to try to get a better position here compared to EA Arena and just cut them off coming to this next safe zone, so they will now stop the vehicles here. It looks like they try to turn around. Inside's now trying to put some shots onto Myth as well, hoping to try to catch a lucky knockdown here to hopefully force Myth into a fight.
Yeah, and finally they call it quits. Sizzy has been controlling him for a long time, and inside he's catching a couple of bullets onto his vehicle, and Duckman couldn't really land any form of blow against them. So both sides will remain to be calling it a truce for now, as E Arena finds this situation to be pretty much unworthy of their attention.
Well, in the meantime, their own member, Lyrics, has actually found Upchen on the other side there. He actually got into this area a little bit earlier compared to everyone else. Now he got an extra kill point there. They might be able to sniff out Leo, who is actually cutting across the convoy that E Arena is right now. Lyrics is also trying to join up with the rest of them. It looks like Inside spotted Leo now, trying to pour some fire into his Jeep. Not able to get a knockdown on him quite yet, though, so he's able to slip away and should be able to rejoin the rest of his teammates who are set up in the compound just north of where he's headed right now.
And all these drive-bys are just absolutely wow. It really feels like we're part of a brand new episode of Fast. And I heard that the 10th movie is already out. Haven't actually caught up just yet. But anyways, back to the game we go. Global Esports Asset, they were hoping to secure the early areas of El Azhar, but that spot itself was way too hard to hold, especially on the outskirts, where if you do have all 4 members to set it up, then it will be a perfect area to set up a chokehold upon anybody that drives by. And I don't think that GEX was exactly doing so, which is why they lost that one early on.
Yeah, and it's still really chased very hard on the tail by EA right now. E36 conversely has been taking around the coastline here, or at least the coastline road. So that's putting them out of harm's way pretty much. They're able to bypass a couple of teams on their way towards E Arena's position here. GE as well starting to get into this compound here just next door to where Q Confirm is. So that's going to be another point of contention, I think, if that circle decides to move its way towards the western side in the next phase here. So that's going to be a point for them to try to keep control of, especially overlooking this main road here. Genius Esports still very much having a bit of a high ground to use here. It's spotting as well UV, who has happened to come up just behind them near the water treatment area. So Zez is certainly keeping an eye out to see whether or not UV is going to be getting too close for comfort to them. But nevertheless, him being so far away from the rest of his team there may not be able to provide too much support other than just being a backdoor to UV should they decide to become a third party to fight against Q Confirm.
Now, let's see whether or not this 1v1 is going to bear any fruit for Ducklings, though. It doesn't seem like they're going to be having those angles. Meanwhile, Jacob's taking another section of his own with a weapon of his own, with the MK12. Delwyn, so far, have been the Lone Ranger for the Expendables for most part, as he's been scouting for majority of all the games that he's been playing. Now let's see the update of the circle. This time, it pulls back in towards the central area where anybody that's been around Minas Generalis as well as across the south areas of Cristobal will be able to actually land a firmer hole into the section. So that's going to be pretty interesting for Purple Mood as well as QC, because all other teams will have to swarm their way. And look at this form of a split. Purple Mood is opting to do this by splitting 2 apiece, and then they will be able to farm through this choke point of a valley. But if there's going to be teams coming in from the high grounds of the south side of Minas Generalis, they might just be in trouble.
That's the thing. It is a valley, so I think PLM is just really trying to take control of this one piece of road that separates the west to the east. T5 as well will be moving in from the north side. We only got one call starting to collapse on the QC at the same time, while GE is watching UV starting to move into positions as well. So counters very much being set up right now. One call's already made their way towards QC's compound, forcing Petred to try to run away. He's going to try to run into the arms of Leon's Q, was already pouring fire. You got Opons and Borbots trying to come across as well to regroup with their teammates here to head off this attack coming from one call.
And swiftly as they go, they've been able to steer clear away from danger and have been able to just send one grenade, but that also gets Chibrit here all the attention being locked on towards Leon's, but that will still be a little bit more of the creep we're going to find out. Irina, though, goes into an altercation against Archangel Predator as Nan spots him out and lands it by the head. Sizzy's already off the game.
Yeah, taken out completely at E-Arena, not able to get a trade at all. One call still continuing their siege against Q Confirm while this is happening here. So things kind of cooling down a little bit over El Al-Zahar. It seems that the rest of E-Arena aren't really pushing too hard against AAP right now. They also still have Gex to worry about because they're already set up inside Al-Zahar and very much inside E-Arena's backyard here. Oh, knockdown already on Chibirit here on one call's side here. So things still very much not looking good right now for one call as we got Leon Q now trying to go for the flank here to try to finish out Chipperit. Jexy not able to find an angle against him. Almost tries to get a spray on him. Couldn't quite find the mark though. So I think Leon's Q should be able to finish off Chipperit right now.
Leon's has been able to regain enough health bar and quickly come in with a flank angle. And Q Confirm, they are just landing so many of all these preemptive strikes. And one call, despite them having the area of play, they're all segregated and Chipperit will not have any help, and therefore this grenade here is for sacrificial causes. Even if it takes out his own teammate, it will deny the point away from Q Confirm. And for now, Zapaloi, he's just holding the rest of members of One Call hostage from the lower grounds.
That's the thing, like, he's just overlooking them the whole time, so that's preventing One Call from being able to make any rotations. It looks like Pet Dread will be the one to find Chibir around the outside there, so now One Call, they know that One Call is going to be that one man down. You're going to go with Pet Dread and Zapaloi now moving into the compound here to try to push force off Jexy. He's in position here with an Ace-32, waiting for them to come through the door, or rather, just going to try to give him a slip, tries to get around the outside there, goes for the spray onto Pet Dread, doesn't quite knock him down though. Zapaloi moves out of the way there. Pet Dread's already been knocked out here by another frag grenade. Now Jexy comes around to finish him off, but the Jeep is going to blow up around him, and that does too much damage to him. He's going to get knocked down.
And they're picking out their own members as well. Q Confirm having a little bit more of a casualty, trying to eliminate more of these members of One Call, but takes out Pedret instead. That, of course, is going to be one denial. And One Call now losing members after another, just stuck within this shelter that could not really hold on for far too long. Zapoli ends up finding Jexy, and that will probably secure these numbers. And look who has arrived!
Yep.
Kiraton 5 spots out the battle and one's in.
And that's the thing, the circle has already moved further down south from this position now, and T5 were looking like they want to try to cut off QC and One Call, beat them to the punch to the next safe zone, but with Pantabomb still spying over this fight right now that's still ongoing between Q Confirm and One Call, they might be considering the option of just being a third party in this fight here, or rather just come in to clean house as soon as either One Call or Q Confirm finishes off the other. The other teams in the meantime are already getting into that circle now, only the Expendables are still around the outside. Looks like Archangel Predator picking up an E pickup for missiles to try to get out of the way here of E Arena. Might still be in the line of fire somewhat, but oh boy, that's a really rapid X-Field that managed to pull off there, and that's going to bring them straight into the next safe zone.
Oh, they're hoping not to get knocked right here, right now. If they do, it's just going to be a direct number being secured by the rest of E Arena. And thankfully, it's a lift up instead of a descent. If it's going to be a descent, then I don't think they've got much to work with. And here comes Opons finally infiltrating the building, and that's where two of them were trying to fend them off. Damage has already been done. Q Confirm. They still have the numbers advantage, and here comes every death ray, and that will burn them down.
Sapalui with the Molotov burning out the rest of one call, finishing them off for good. Now, the good news for them, though, is that T5 decided to move on and went towards the safe zone instead. So they are clear for now and have a clear path to get into this next safe zone here. E-Arena also using the E-Pickup has already got themselves into the safe zone too. Might be dropping themselves quite in the middle of a firefight that's breaking out between Purple Mood as well as NGE here, as well as Genius Esports actually finding both Thunders and Borbos is trying to shoot shots at them as Purple Mood is attempting to regroup further down south. Now, E-Arena will land themselves right smack dab in the middle of this circle here. That's very much out of the way of Made in Thailand, though, where Archangel Predator apparently has dropped right on top of them. Their Algid Boss has already been knocked down, so has Nan as well. Even Patrick and Alec not close enough to try to keep them supported. I think they're going to be left out for Myth to just clean up here.
Yeah, this is not looking to be great for Archangel Predator. They've just moved right into the city, and as much as it does offer covers, this is Minas Generalis. What kind of cover are we looking at from the mines where you just have all these nuke and carnies for you to hide out? At MITH, they've been lying in wait, and that's where they're only left with 2 members out there. Now they pick up 1 kill so far. It's not empty-handed for Archangel Predator, so for Zen9. Curious to actually see him being so far apart from his teammates as well. And the rest of GX, instead of moving in from El Azhar, they decided to move through Minas Generalis, taking their sweet time, but this is still going to be a little bit more of that situation where they will be locked out, and the circle further shifts away from them.
That's the thing, moving even further northwards there. T5 also tried to head off onto UV and Day Trade's position here. You also got Q Confirm moving into the middle, but look at Triple A just eliminating Q Confirm as soon as they get themselves on the ground here. Attack all around in the perfect position there to ambush them as they attempted to use that E pickup. Gex as well has just moved up from the south side, so they're going to be in the same quandary right now with Attack all around, where they're still under siege from Myth here. But you also got New Generation Esports slowly moving down as well, keeping the pressure going on the Thai squad here. UV and T5 still exchanging shots right now, still taking a lot of damage there. You got Day Trade, no Rids as well, trying to keep T5 suppressed. They gather themselves into this one tiny little complex on the corner of Hacienda del Patron, but nevertheless, UV can still keep an eye out for them across the street, and that's still going to be good for them.
Oh no, Alex being spotted out. Excalibur just marking him down, and Attack all around. Just like that, across this sector itself, has gotten themselves about 6 kills already. Meanwhile, of course, a little bit of a accident going on between them, but that will only hold them ever so slightly. They just got to keep in mind there's still a few players out there from Day Trade Gaming, though despite that, they are a little far apart, so there is enough room for a little bit more movements across the map. Meanwhile, Enter Force 36, they got taken out by the rest of UV. As the fight continues, so many teams are still playing from the outskirts, trying to look for a way in.
Yeah, looking for a way in as well as the Expendables, who now are just jumping onto Purple Blue Esports here. Whoa! A roll out here from Tanfu is going to prove to be his downfall as he gets knocked down. Completed by Borbos. Thunder does get a frag grenade kill as well as Fluky comes around the outside there. He needs to find one last member here with TE, and they will be able to seal the deal, but Fab from NGE is also pouring fire onto Purple Blue at the same time, trying to clean up house here, preventing them from being able to secure that final kill there. Delwyn in the meantime still holding his own around the outside here, desperate to try to salvage some kill points here, at least against Purple Mood. But then Fluky right now still has him pretty much dead to rights, though, because there's no way for me to get out of the blue zone. He'll be taken up by Hakai in the meantime with the Mini 14, and that will be the end of the Expendables.
And there was NGE that is going to have a little bit more numbers to the advantage of the situation than MITH. They see this as a free pass, whereas the rest of GX are just gated off from even getting any chance of entering the circle, and now the battle begins for those who are currently within the top 10, I do believe. Whereas Day Trade Gaming, this is where they're in a rough spot as well. As much as they have compounds, they will eventually need to join the rest of the group into the middle. And there's just no safe way out. Evo Patrick, 2 HP, and he still managed to pull it all off. and he sees 2 members of MITH right below him.
And the thing is that MITH Myth are right now tied up in the fight with NGE, but Evil Patrick is still trying to brave out the blue zone right now. AAA as well, trying to pour some fire into Myth, forcing them now to regroup around the south side, and NGE as well to back away from this war position here. So AAA is still trying to control the south side, and actually is quite successful in doing so, having already limited 1 squad and looking to try to gatekeep 2 more. The Arena now facing a bit of pressure here from Boarboats as he tries to move up into the position here. Hakai is still in position to keep the rest of Purple Mood still stuck within the blue zone here, constantly pouring fire with that Mini 4T. In the meantime, T5 lost both Pantapong as well as Tanadol right now, so this is Hasawa and Rossitet Jr. to try to move in from the western side.
And that's where Evil Patrick cuts across, and he will now challenge the rest of MITH. It's all in or nothing because he's got not much to lose, and just like that, Archangel Predator, they finally settle some of the scores and have managed to garner 2 more kills, but it's all down to Evil Patrick. He will eventually be denied going out to the play zone instead. Archangel Predator now settles for 10.
Yeah, and GE as well, finding some kills on the Purple Mood there. Got to the knockdown, forcing Purple Mood to try to stand and fight here, especially in this encounter with E-Arena. NG is regrouping themselves on the southeastern side now to try to keep the fire going in the mid. We already have 3 members already knocked down from the fire coming in from both NGE as well as AAA. PLM still very much stuck there in the forward position against E-Arena. Then he got where is he going there? NGE now moving forward now to try to clean up Myth, sending frag grenades down into their direction there. Oh, I don't think they're going to be able to stand for long though, especially with all of those explosives coming their way, and NGE hoofing it to try to get to a Myth before the other teams are able to steal the kill. But the frag grenades will still come true here for MGE, and Myth will be out in 9th place.
Absolutely being overwhelmed by the rest of NGE. This time, it's NGE being ambushed from the back as well. Purple Moon, they're coming up the hills, and now they are drawing so much of these attention coming from E-Arena at the same time, and there's not much space for them to work with. Here comes Zess, Yuta, they all have the sights upon members of E-Arena, and same goes to NGE on top. Well, this is definitely going to be pretty awkward for Purple Moon. They don't have much time. Less than a minute. 45 seconds to be precise for them to pick a fight. There's no way out other than fighting.
AAA managed to get a knockdown into Day Trade's No Riz. Will finish him off as well. NG is also at the same time firing upon Day Trade here, so they might be getting themselves slaughtered right now as they try to enter the south side of the circle here. But the whole time now, the Day Trade will have to back out of this fight here. In the meantime, GE has already done very well to spread themselves out a little bit to make sure they have full control over the northern side. They can't exactly push UV out of the compound quite yet. It's the only compound still left inside this circle here, but instead it's going to try to sweep the way from the eastern side here to hopefully corral some of the other teams that are still on the outskirts of the circle. They are pouring fire right now at the Purple Moon as we speak here, and that's certainly forcing Purple Moon now to move even further down south, closer and closer to New Generation Esports.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there is any more options for the rest of Purple Moon, whereas Genius Esports is just lying in wait. Whereas, inside, he's just going to be able to nail all of them down. Genius Esports tried to steal that one away, but the rest of Irina was just way quicker.
Yeah, GE continued to sweep down NGE now. Direct confrontation with EA, but KM99 with a triple right now is stopping them within the tracks. Hakai's the last one standing, not anymore as KM99 finds him as well. 4 kills for that one man. That's brilliant performance there from E-Arena.
Absolutely pop-up performance coming out from E-Arena, and they are now taking the center stage. There's nobody that can basically bypass them or even go in for the challenge. If there's anyone out there, it has to be AAA. This time, after surviving the onslaught inside the city, they now have 9 frags and will challenge E-Arena directly, dropping the Molotov, and now looking for Leverage.
Nice.
And he does get it. Score! With the double as they seal the deal, and now they make it into the top 5.
Well, GE was also still moving down south at the same time. They were hoping to try to link up together in order to finish off AAA here, but unfortunately with AAA finishing off NGE so quickly, GE now is going to force to try to fight against them as a full stack here, while only Clovis and Utah is in position. Zess and the other member of GE, which is 13, has still stuck himself on the northern side there as an anchor somewhat to keep an eye on UV, so they still have to fight 3 strong versus a 4 strong team now, and unfortunately with the knockdown already already onto Utah. That's going to be forcing GE to back out.
Exco is just pushing upwards. Meanwhile, they do have one member being knocked. This is not going to look all too good as they're all stuck within the same shack for the time being. Flash, he's about to find a way to puncture through, and it seems like J-Die has managed to stop him on his tracks. Unbelievable attack all around. A huge comeback after losing out in the first round of Miramar, and here they are fighting their way to the top.
Yeah, they can literally push up northwards now and try to force Genius Esports into an even worse position. They have to corral themselves around this slight little incline here on the hill, and the whole time having no way for them to keep the pressure onto UV, so they've pretty much conceded a lot of control to the circle now by trying to make this movement downwards, and AAA is still in the best position here to still defend the south side here because they're only under pressure from UV, who is still too far away to deal any meaningful damage to them. In fact, the little bit of a dip there is actually making it hard for UV to keep an eye out for both AAA as well as GE, so they can really only try to focus upon T5 directly across from them. You already got Chloris with a Mark 12 already keeping them suppressed inside that field there behind the hay bale, so there's not really much maneuvering that T5 could do at this point now. UV pretty much has them dead to rights. In the meantime, AAA and GE now starting to collapse on each other here. This is going to be a direct confrontation, 4 versus 4.
Slowly falling back, understanding that it's grenades all over. Nashua just trying to outlast as much as he can, but he will be taken out by the play zone itself. And here comes another grenade, blocked perfectly! Oh! Only 3 more sustaining for the rest of attack all around, but they are being blindsided with all the smokes being popped out. And now this is where he gets the perfect punch! Wow! To Jack Lewis, he will go down, but it won't be without a fight. Now, so little smokes left, and it's slowly depleting. Going outside, and Yaku, he still fights it. He's got to play within the zone. No! Attack all around. Eventually gets another. It was Cess to save the day.
What a save there by GE. So Zest, yet again, the savior for his team. Now would still have to bring the revives back up, but the whole time they were fighting, though, UV already moved out of the compound. They're starting to sweep down from the north side. They want to try to directly confront GE here on the hilltop while they still can. Smell is still staying in the compound right now, so there's only 3 members of UV involved in this fight here. So Powell, he still has a lot of frag grenades. He's going to try to throw it towards Chloris there. Hopefully that's going to be able to connect and at least do some damage there. But now GE noticing that they're now being sieged with the blue wall, blue zone already up against their backs. There's nowhere for them to run.
Powell now being spotted out, but damage is good coming in from Utah. But the zone devours him as well. None of these teams are actually having a clear way of winning. And Surti, he will land the shot. It's a headshot directly upon Silky.
And Smell is already taking up a chill, so it's really now UV versus GE here for the chicken dinner. 2 members, 3 members now still up for UV. GE still able to bring up the revive on one, but not quite the other yet. But Genius Esports now on the move now to try to find another one, but unfortunately, Surti gets himself knocked out yet again here after being revived. Barely. One last shot there onto Chloris will finish things up, and Unicorn Venom takes the winner chicken dinner.
And this time, the Vietnamese aces will steal the show by the end of it all. It's just a crazy performance coming out of all the teams that are involved, but in all of that chaos, we see the rest of UV thrive and have that perfect opportunity to advance upwards. And you saw how explosive these fights were. Attack all around. They were on fire. They almost have gotten it, but that final shot coming in from Zez has really brought a lot of points back into the side of GE, and my goodness gracious, it was just helter-skelter from the get-go.
Helter-skelter is pretty much like the word of the day here, pretty much. I mean, this is the chaos we're having. I think we're going to be having a repeat of how things were in day number 2, where we just also saw an equal amount of chaotic fights all abound here. But yeah, to your point, AAA, you know, off of that win against CS early on in Phase 1, has just basically been able to carry a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum into these fights. And it's just nothing short of brilliant seeing them dispatch team after team that attempt to assault the position. They were the kings of the south of the circle, you know, for the largest part in this final phase here. here. The thing is that, you know, with Genius Esports and UV continuing to keep them siege, I think eventually they ran out of frag grenades, you know, especially in this fight against Genius Esports over here, and that pretty much left them a disadvantage, you know, from the rest. And once Ekarizia got taken down here, I think it was sort of starting to become the beginning and end for them, but it seemed like they were still able to take the fight to GE somewhat, getting a couple of good knockdowns and actually forcing them in the corner. But Zest the Savior, he comes in, he finds a final kills there on the Jackwall as well as Ultus Grid, and still secures their position here for Genius Esports.
Yeah, overall, it's just moments of brilliance out there, and Jankov really had no other options but to find ways to fight back, but because of the zone pressuring himself as well, he eventually will have to fall, and then you have the rest of UV who have already scanned the entire surrounding and know that there's only going to be these two teams out there, so I'm just going to wait for that perfect timing to strike at UV, at least here coming back with another chicken dinner. Last I saw them was back in day one. Not too sure about yesterday though, on how much have they been able to accrue, but this is just a great sign of how this team have been able to just get back on track whenever they need to the most.
Yeah, I think like a large part for Tech All Around from this point on, you know, I think they still have to worry about CES, you know, during the first phase, but it seems like if they can overcome that hurdle, you know, they will certainly have a lot of potential, you know, to control of the game from that point on. But nevertheless, they also were, I think, also to a certain extent quite fortunate as well, because of one of the teams just dropping on top of them, you know, while they were holding the middle position inside the circle. That allowed them pretty much a free span of kills. You know, so I'm going to be very curious to see what their like standings will look like after this once we tallied all the points here. But safe to say, they were definitely the standout performer here in match 2.
Definitely, and with that being said, I believe that we're going to be checking in on them after a while, because like after these two crazy rounds of Miramar, we're definitely ready for them to at least take a little bit of break, and we'll come back shortly.
Yeah, nevertheless, here we go. This is going to be the leaderboard for the match. Unicorn Venom, of course, taking the chicken dinner and 8 kill points, putting them at 18, only 2 points ahead of Attack All Around, who, mind you, wasn't really contending too much for the chicken dinner, but still led to 12 kills in this one match here. So that's a brilliant run here for Attack All Around. 16 points to their name. Genius Esports, good recovery, especially when that fight against Attack All Around looked like it was going to go south. Somehow the match still come back on top there, but nevertheless, they only have enough points here to get themselves into third here. E-Arena in fourth right now. New Generation Esports in fifth here, ahead of Day Trade Gaming by only 2 points. And these two teams are also like tied right now, E-Arena and NGE, that is. Zeroton 5 still consistently finding points anyway, so, but given a chicken dinner, you know, even these 5 points is still enough now to keep them in the lead.
Yeah, if you do notice that majority of the ones that are on the first page of the news is mainly coming from the south side, so it was those who were having the best prowess in team fights that have been able to secure majority of the points. So with that in mind, of course, we'll take a look at how that actually adds up. Tier Top 5, I think, goes unquestioned to still be the #1 team out there, and this, mind you, is going to be their lowest scoring performance out of the many, and the Tier 5 is still remaining on the top. But for now, Genius Esports have already overtaken Global Esports SX by securing 88 points, and just a little bit more catch up to do for this two squads who are currently tied at third place respectively, GEX as well as Mate in Thailand. And then Attack All Around, look at them go. They are now at 5th after that huge result that they've garnered out of Miramar.
Yeah, last time we saw them, you know, they were in 9th place and was still out of the top 8, and those 12 kills has certainly paid dividends now for Attack All Around here. One call, conversely, you know, dropping massively here. You know, at one point, at the start of the day here, they were in 4th place, but now they're already on the borderline here in 8th. But that just goes to show how competitive it is here on this top 8 board here. If you discount Deraton 5, everyone's just tripping over each other very much throughout these 2 days of grand finals here. So for Purple Moon, still so close yet so so far for them. They are now out of the top 8 here, unfortunately, but it's still keeping themselves 4 points ahead of Day Trade Gaming. Still not quite out of it completely though. They're only like 68 and 64 here, whereas One Call is at 70 points. So a good round here for either of these teams can certainly bring them back contention.
That's right, and of course, there's still a lot more room for improvements for some of all these teams out there. But despite having a little bit more of a struggle in the past couple of days, E-Arena have been able to put in huge number of points before being stopped by attack all around. Like, who could have blamed them, right? Like, just looking at AAA Go, well, they just have this winning mentality where you can just propel for it and just have your mind set up for success, and that's what we want to see all throughout the course of the tournament. But of course, after 2 rounds inside Miramar, we will get you guys updated on the best performers of round 2.
Yeah, so KM99 had a brilliant round here. It's just a little bit of a shame that E-Arena didn't manage to get any further than the I think it was like 6 or 7 phase. So nevertheless, the 4 kill points is certainly very much appreciated there, I think, by E-Arena themselves. NG as well had been, Hakai has been absolutely killing it with the Mini 14, just finding shots and finding good kills all around, and very economical as well, especially when you compare it to KM99's damage meter here. Utah from GE here actually takes the top honors for his team in terms of kills here with 3 to his name. Same as well for attack all around. 2 of the members, no surprise to see them here because, you know, they've been the kill leaders practically as a team here in match number 2, and it's great to see that Jankutuov and Otusgrid are getting the recognition that they deserve.
That's right, and of course, we're going to be looking at Unicorn Venom, their road to the top of the pack, and of course this will be their first chicken dinner here for today, but this team has been able to get quite a number for the past couple of records, despite them not being able to match up to, of course, teams like Tiraton 5 or so. But when the moments do matter, heading into the late game phase, if they do survive till phase 6 onwards, they manage to yield huge results, and this is one of it. A total of 8 kills as well as 1.2k damage being done. I think like Unicorn Venom could still have a lot more records to be set, similar of sorts, heading into all these upcoming maps, but we'll definitely want to see how do they manage later on in Tego.
Yeah, if anything, like Unicorn Venom now getting themselves into the top 8, I hope to see them continue this trajectory up, because first couple of days hasn't really been that great for them, other than the single chicken dinner they got during the Wrangle round. But now we're going to be saying goodbye to Miramar here. Next up, we're going to be seeing our 3rd match of the day, which is going to be on Tego, the newer map in this competitive pool here. So that's going to be really interesting. As far as we've seen, you know, from this competition here, these Tego rounds are not only super entertaining to watch, but it's also such a toss-up, especially for the top 8, because sometimes we always see them drop to the bottom 16 somehow.
Yeah, this is where I'm keeping my eyes really closely at GX, because past 2 rounds, it's been hiccups all across, but they're still within the top 3. This is going to be their best map. I want to see them live it up once more, and of course, for now, I believe that we both want to take a little bit more of a breathing space, so you guys out there who are currently watching, you guys should too. If you guys haven't ordered your dinner or so, this is the time to do so. My name is Contra, this is Victor Cax, you're watching PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer. We'll be right back after 10 minutes.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This edition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This edition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
the latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer of 2023 edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We have already just witnessed 2 rounds already here in day number 3. Now it's going to be on to our third match of the day, which is going to be on Taiko. With Unicorn Venom having picked up the last chicken dinner that's already put them up into the top 8, is still incumbent on the other top 8 teams here to try to challenge T5 for the crowd, because for now, they're sitting very pretty, like 121 points clear out of everyone else here. The only closest people that can challenge him is probably either Genius Esports or Global Esports Exit. But for now, T5 certainly are feeling, must be feeling on cloud 9 right now. I mean, in lead of the tournament here on day number 3, way past the halfway point now. So, what else could be said?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they are over the moon about it. Meanwhile, if we count the number of games that's still left on the board, there's a total of 14 more. So, as much as T5 is currently sitting at the top, what's to say that from that blunder early on, where they did not manage to salvage many points at all, there might just be a few cracks and weaknesses that certain teams are looking at this team where they can actually overtake them within the span of 14 rounds. And that 14 rounds starts off here in Tego, and Genius Esports here have kicked off the final round of Miramar in spectacular fashion by taking down the rampaging AAA overall, and I am still looking at this team to be one of the top dogs to beat.
Yeah, they're certainly still showing that, there's still a force to be reckoned with either way. We're going to be jumping off now on Erangel here. This flight path is taking us mostly from the north side all the way down to the southeast here. On Tenko here. And that's going to put a lot of these teams right over this island here. A lot of teams already deciding to jump out quite early on here. So we got Archangel Predator, E36, as well as E-Arena all jumping out at the same time. Wonder which teams are going to try to get onto the mainland, though. It seems like MIP is going to be jumping out a little bit later here. Day Trade, as well as the Expendables, are still holding steady in the plane for now. But a lot of teams is deciding to go all the way down south. They're banking on they're betting that this next circle probably going to land somewhere in the middle of Tego here.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to also see that there's two teams right in the middle of Yanchon, and that is GE, this second highest ranking team on the board to match up against Q confirmed very early on, and this is going to be up close and personal where there's already two members of Q confirmed that have knocked very early on to pick up those weapons, and immediately looking for Corey's. That will be the first knock, but have yet to secure the number just yet. Sir T has gotten himself the SKS, but that's not really the weapon of choice of his. 10 bullets on the chamber, and eventually turning his back against the rest of QC will have Sapaloy getting the knock.
Yep, they're only teams right now currently in the hot drop here on Yongcheon. So anyway, Opan's now, I think he just spotted Yuta trying to come in through the doorway and will not be able to knock him out of the way though, but I don't think Yuta actually spotted him through the window just now. He comes around the backside. Oh, gets the knock onto Opan's instead. Now, in the meantime though, where are the other members here for Q confirmed? Because they're still far on the outside here. Yuta will be able to get a revive back on the Corys now. I do see both Leon, Q, Pret Dread, as well as Erpatapaloy now starting to move out together. Yes! Gets the burst onto Young Q, and then unfortunately will get taken down as Erpatapaloy comes up the stairway, finishes him off, and takes him out of the map. Now, Chlorate and Yuta moving up now to try to link up here with Surti, hopefully to try to catch him before he bleeds out completely. But Q confirmed now in the revive mode here. They're trying to bring up two more members back up here, but Yuta a little bit slow on the take here, not able to get up there. He's also a little bit afraid, I think, to try to take an approach without his teammate around. Now, Chlorate will be joining up with him here, but for the most part, they're just watching out the smoke, making it hard for them to pop right through, but it still comes through anyway. Sapaloy will find both Yuta as well as Chlorate, takes them out, and will eliminate Genius Esports in 16th place.
They've managed to trade back early on, and suddenly they decide to hold back, and that is to their own demise. Q confirmed they may have only lost Opons, but they've garnered all 4 points out of that. My. Just like that, GE, after securing back-to-back great rounds, they lost out, and you know what really hurts them even more? That circle belongs right inside the island. If they do survive, whatever the fight was, they could have basically pulled off an easy top 10.
I know.
I'd say at least top 10, right?
But again, the flight path started from the top side of that island, so the teams that jumped up quite early just found themselves lucked into the best possible position. Look at that, AAA, E36, AAP already here, T5 smack dab in the middle on Godok Village. And then you also got E-Arena kind of split by the river, but certainly KM99 and Lyrics will have no trouble at all linking up back with Zixi as well as Insight, whereas everyone else decided to jump out onto the mainland now is going to have to wrap up their farming phase now because there's only 1 minute 30 seconds left before this next phase, so we can already see Global Esports exit already making their way into the safe zone now, just needs to be able to cross this bridge.
Yeah, and last game it seemed like T5 didn't really have all too much of an advantage.
Oh, he's going for a jump.
Oh, let's see him.
He's going for the jump.
All right.
Mates it.
Perfect
landing. I'll still give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, could have been a perfect 10er. Let's see if Mintana has any style points of their own. Well, there's no ramp, but hey, who's to say that Duckmans doesn't have ways to make this car fly? Well, anyways, back into what I was trying to say as well. T5 currently positioned beautifully inside of Godok. it was hard for other teams to remove them in the form of compounds, and now they have a full city here to guard. So I wonder if there's gonna be any form of early altercations from the teams who are already in the island, because we last saw teams like Archangel Predator attack all around who are already in the island. They can have a bird's eye view against whoever's inside Godok, and here comes the Expendables though. Having a little bit of a close quarter combat against Lyrics. He does have a flashbang, and he will pop it against 777, but it's only gonna give him a little bit of a surprise, and that's just gonna be it. And 777 wants him running off. Lyrics now getting tagged to 40%.
And the thing is that all the commotion has allowed Cerberus to actually bypass both of them. So now Lyrics is able to get link up with KM99. They might actually encounter Duck Juice, who's just about getting to the bridge entry point now. KM99 style trying to pull away, and so is 777 now getting with his Jeep to try to link up with Duck Juice as well. But E-Arena, looks like they've moved away from a confrontation from Duck Juice. Instead, they will pull back though. So 777 will just wait for the rest of his teammates, Tanvu and Delwyn, to link up here while it continues to farm this complex here. They're still very close to the edge of this next safe zone, so they're not exactly in a hurry to make their way into the place now. And with E-Arena, they spotted a whole bunch of like care packages that landed there, so KM99 is just eating so good right now in match number 3.
Oh yeah, and they're going to be the ones who gatekeep anybody that bypasses the bridge all over the western corner of the map. Meanwhile, Daytrade Gaming gets a free pass, as they will have that free access through Palace as well. So that's good going for them. And MGE, they can take that sweet time. The moment that they arrive to the scene, by then I don't think that there's going to be many teams that's still going to be around the outer layers of Phase 2. Therefore, it would be an easy way out. Same goes to the members of One Call this time, opting to take the emergency pickup for them to get directly into the island. Don't want to be finding any form of fights against those that have possibly set up by the bridges. So we're going for them. Purple Moon Esports though, last we saw them perform well was back in Game 1. Game 2, however, they didn't really have all too much to offer, it seems.
Well, this town ain't big enough for the 3 squads. Now they're landing on top of Gold Up Village. T5 unfortunately had to pull away, but they pulled up to the mountainside there to take control of a complex up on the north side of Gold Dock. So they're certainly trying to use that as a staging point for them for the rest of this one, while they let the other 3 teams continue to fight it out in Gold Dock Village. One Call has now put their boots on the ground now, so they should be able to continue to join in this fight that's breaking out between Purple Mood as well as Unicorn Venom here. Archangel Predator in the meantime are still in the middle of this of the circle here. They found themselves on top of this hilltop that should be able to overlook Godot Village as well as Wolsong somewhat. But right now, I think all the focus needs to be here on UV as well as Purple Moon, because they seem to be sniffing each other out and sensing danger coming up ahead.
True enough. Whereas these 3 teams here will not be able to actually have all too much of a vision against each other, though they do have an ideation of the whereabouts of each respective team. Purple Moon Esports kind of split up for the time being, whereas members of the top of UV, the winners of the chicken dinner back in Miramar, now will have a little bit of that challenge, and here comes XK slowly approaching against Alec, where I don't think that they have gotten all too much of that vision.
No,
Alex
he's not looking
still
back.
scouting all about, but he might have actually heard a little bit of movements, and he spots out XK.
Oh, patience in that trigger finger right now. He doesn't want to let XK know that he spots him there. I think XK also is not looking his direction, so I think he's also completely unaware of Alex's position at this point. So now he just needs to wait for the right moment to actually open fire there, and that would be GG bye-bye there to XK1. But nevertheless, XK is not making his job any easier though. The tree blocking his view, preventing him from being able to get a clear shot. Now XK is going to get on top of a rock here. Might be in a position here to spot Alex if he unscopes right now, but he's so focused and trying to watch out of the wall zone. And finally, he opens fire on the SK1, gets a knockdown. I think that should certainly alert the rest of E36 now to his presence.
Oh boy. If only he actually checked, and ever since he's on scouting duty, there's not going to be any members out of E36 that will be able to get him picked up. Oh, he does have a a zone feel going on, just buying as much time as possible, and even despite that, I don't think that it will hinder Alec from picking up this kill.
Well, the thing is, E36 is also taking the sweet time to try to come around here towards XK1, so Alex will just finish him off anyway, sensing that E36 may not be looking to try to take this fight. Fortunately for them, this next circle still lands on top of them nevertheless, and that puts them in a position now to be on the north side of the circle here. AAP now regrouping here, NGE using an E pickup right now to get themselves into this zone here. They were mostly stuck over at Buksan Saab that was way out in the mainland that's been completely engulfed by the blue zone. Now they're going to be joining in the fight with everyone else. Fight is already starting to break out a little bit onto Goldot Village here. One call getting into the mix here as well with Q Confirm are starting to feel a bit of the pressure now that they're getting into a direct confrontation with Earth Zapalui.
And of course, playing with only 3 members, spots out 1 out of Archangel Predator, but this is going to be a slope that they will be playing on as well. Not easy to actually get those pickoffs if they want to. And Sylphia, I think he's already gotten into that perfect position to get an angle upon Patrick as well as Alec, whereas the rest of Irina now storms their way into the zone, and Sylphia so far trailing right behind. This might just be an easy pickup against Patrick, but he's just going to let them loose.
That's the thing, like, it's a lot of creeping and sneaking around going here, but AAP is already taking down the high ground. NG is going to be dropping straight on top of Cerberus here over on Hey Musa, so this is going to be a direct confrontation though. Duckmai still is able to hold his own, but no Fab has just removed his teammate Hasaki from the game here, so Cerberus very much under pressure here. NG still corralling around the outside of the compound here, trying to get a lead onto Duckmai as well as Himas. Oh, Solo Z has just been caught out across the street though, so he's not going to be able to provide any fire support through either Himas or Duckmai right now. NG should be able to try to collapse onto them, but Hamas is still making their life so difficult here by still staying on the opposite end of the compound here. He spots Fab trying to take a shot on him from the rooftop here, but is able to duck away just in time. Frag Ray is going to come down, not going to connect this time.
Fab just
Hakai
towards the top. Oh, here comes Hakai! Almost misses a shot, leaving with only 9 HP. Such a risky attempt, but NGE still has a lot more to take here. Cerberus Esports now only with 1, but how much can he actually deal against him? And he's being blotted off. It's Fab that will seal the deal, and it's NGE that will win out Cerberus.
And the thing is that once Cerberus is out, here comes the Expendables to come right in. In the meantime, Territor 5 going into the confrontation directly against AAP here, who tried to storm into the compound. Already got 2 tree knockdowns here. Also, what a lot of damage being done here, but he tries to speed away here to get some distance here, maybe trying to go for a revive, while the rest of AAP is still nowhere to be found around his corner here. But nevertheless, for T5, they're still able to get a little bit of reprieve now. But unfortunately, once they come out of that compound, Gex will still be around the corner here to keep them headed off.
And AAP almost wiped out the entirety of T5. That would have given every other team here a chance to climb their way back to the top. But of course, despite that, T5, they prevailed. They've managed to eliminate Archangel Predator. And of course, they do have only 3 members to work around with. So, not worth the advantage, but that itself was a good attempt nevertheless. Lots of all these definitely inside of the building. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the update of the circle, where it will pull deeper into the outskirts of Goldog instead. And Daytrade Gaming, they're in the perfect position.
They're in perfect position, sure, but then like if you look at Godot Village, like all those other teams that just crowded around there are just basically still stuck in the quandary, because it's not going to be any incentive at all for them to move, except for one call who's just right on the borderline there. Daytrade Gaming's Noriz though seems to have found a knockdown to Duck Juice just across the street from where NGE is currently set up in. So, like, he's still trying his level best right now to remove him, but unfortunately, Duck Juice is not giving him too much body parts, actually, to try to target. In the meantime, though, AAA is starting to move down from the north to try to link up here into the safe zone that TE is currently holding in, so that could potentially be a bit of a spoiler right now to this fight going on between TE as well as NGE. You also got E36 as well, moving down south at the same time. Noriz finally finds the kill onto Duck Juice, so now the Expendables are down 1 man, 3 still remaining there there to try to end up this fight here. Sylphia now under fire here from T5 because it just spotted them coming across. Unicorn Venom still trying to hold out in Goldop Village right now, not under pressure too much because neither Purple Mood nor QC nor One Call are actually moving from the positions inside Goldop Village, so UV can pretty much still stay on the western side.
Yeah, those long-range trades won't really result to all too much, but inside the city, it is an absolute lockdown, as we can see from the minimap currently. And NGE, they are still having this standoff against TE, despite them, of course, having lesser members. They could still basically hold off. And I think the wildcard factor that could overwhelm TE is an ambush from the back that's coming in from Attack All Around, because they're wrapping around Hamusa, and that could possibly give them a little bit more room to work around with that. He sees two members passing Leo, but that's not going to be it for now, as he's trying to use all these DMRs to land the shots. Fast-moving vehicles is a little bit too hard to catch, but Sylphia only having 15, though.
Yep. E36 incredibly brave to try to break right through Gex as well as T5 under fire from Day Trade right about now. T5 in the meantime starting to encroach into Gex's own position here, so Xavier is trying to watch out for Rossitet as well as Hasawat, who's still stuck in the compound here, while Leo is watching out for Tanadol's attempt to try to flank them from their side of the road. In fact, Tanadol's already putting a lot of pressure here onto Leo as well as Zendan, so that's forcing them now into a direct confrontation here. Leo's going to try to pull back a little bit to get some distance between himself and Tanadol, hopefully find a high ground that will be able to give him a beat onto where Tanadol's position is. Pantapong is also on that flank as well, just in between Tanadol as well as NGE here, and Gex is still stuck on that side of the road. Hasawai and Rusty Drew is starting to make a maneuver as well. We also got One Call moved out of Godop Village up northwards to get up to the north side of this circle here. Unfortunately, the circle still moves further downwards though, and Gex is still in a position to keep T5 gate kept.
And Daytrade Gaming once again being in the center stage, and there's not going to be any form of challenge at the moment. I think everybody is having a battle of their own just to get by. Global Esports Essex is just suppressing the entry point for the rest of Teraton 5, and it doesn't seem like there is much of a position. Meanwhile, Hasselhoff is trying to create a little bit more of that opening if they do get the takedown onto Leo. It's not going to be all too easy, but he will be accompanied by Rossett Jr., and they will eventually find him.
Yeah, Rossett Jr. threw the rush as well, so there was no way for Gex to try to respond to that. And the whole time, T5 now wrapping around GEX rapidly. Here's an Upchin and Zendan under pressure here. Hasawat sends a frag grenade down. Oh, close enough, but Zendan will still get knocked out by Hasawat anyways. He tries to back out of there. Upchin is still hiding behind a rock right now. That's the only piece of cover he's able to use here. Xavier now trying to keep Rossett Jr. from coming on top of him, but Hasawat still keeps him corralled from the back here. Now they need to try to fight Upchin. Upchin in the meantime gets the knockdown of Hasawat, and Nene will be able to finish off Upchin anyway, so that the road is going to be clear. Now they just need to take out Xavier. They will find Xavier. The frag grenade a little bit slow there, but nevertheless, the kill is still a kill. Gex is already out.
Incredible fight out of Teraton 5. The wraparound, the way that they take them on with all four. And it looked as if that GEX had a little bit more of that position. Meanwhile, there is more fights going on back into the outskirts of the city. Huge Nate on towards the Expendables, and now left with only Delwyn.
What the heck happened there? Because it seems like 777 sent out a frag grenade, took out both himself and his teammate, completely wiping out the Expendables here, leaving only Delwyn and trying to pick up the pieces here. But there's not much maneuvering he could do because you got AAA moving from the south side, keeping Delwyn completely contained. You got NG across the road, still keeping Delwyn under fire as well. And AAA still having control over Hey Musa's area here, are certainly going to prevent Delvin from being able to move out of the way. NBK getting finished off here by Pantapong as they attempted to try to head them off here, coming around this one circle here. They've gotten out of Godop Village and now into the firing squad here of T5, who are already set on the north side, ready to receive any squad that comes their way.
And that's where we see everybody battling out in the open as well. Teraton 5, this is going to be the huge playground for them, especially leveraging on the high ground elevated kills that they can find all these picks going for them. And look at them go. Rossett as well as Panadol pushing forward, challenging Purple Mood, and they know that they will have to pick up this fight or else they'll be taken off eventually. Teraton 5 spots one through the trees. More bullets holding on, but there's more definitely is being thrown right in. Rossett Jr., 12 HP, he's got to run off of that blue zone. And still remains Rossington Jr. at the top with 5 frags on his hands.
Yeah, Turreton 5, not quite out of the woods yet, though. They're still outside this next safe zone, which Daytrade actually moved quite quickly to take control of. They've already taken control of all the road that splits this circle in half. So they're in the best position to try to keep all the other teams corralled here. And they're, in fact, trying to keep Q confirmed from coming up from the south side here. Nevertheless, T5 still under pressure here from Purple Mood, although they have a bit of a high ground to use here. So certainly are in a position now to try to make a maneuver down south eastwards in order to try to head off Purple Mood Esports coming into the next zone. NG as well getting into the cars here. Thunder's trying to run across Pantapong, but he's still able to get some shots under him with the Mini 14, putting him down to half health. And the whole time, Mip as well on the south side. Exquisite is attempting to try to stay out of the line of fire, but Thunder still finds him anyway, and Zapalumi is keeping him very much tied up on the south end. Hatsawat also watching NGE as they move into the circle now, actually beating them to the punch somewhat. So T5 is finding themselves a little bit out of lurch. They will get into their vehicles. They will try to get themselves closer to that circle here, while PLM also does the same. Just trying to wrap around E36 at the same time, and actually might be in a position here to try to wrap around and give them a flank.
And indeed they will do so. And this is where the half-back turn Sylphia caught outside of the smoke, and that's where Star-Lord in a predicament, hiding between the trucks and the vehicles, but there is nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Tanawat will eventually play around with his food, and Star-Lord now spotted out. Mate in Thailand bows out at the same time against all these other teams, whereas Enter Force will just be a one position up ahead at 8.
Yeah, Daytrade have been suppressing like both BIP as well as Q confirmed on the south side, but they have all in control here, at least on the southern tip of this road here. But in the meantime, the other teams moving up now. D5 already got already had Pantapon knocked out here. Vanguard's trying to move forward here, but he gets knocked out instead here. So they still will be able to hold control over the top for now as they eliminate Van Ung from the map. NGE will still try their very best to keep T5 corralled as well, but then they also facing pressure from attack all around, moving in onto their position here. E Arena is also on the south tip here, but Daytrade is also keeping an eye out for them. In fact, Norris and Belmo, but starting to try to flank around towards Zixie's position here. Fab, in the meantime, is in the most forward position he does in the M249, and perhaps will be able to pour a lot of fire, but then again, T5 have a lot of men, and they have a lot of maneuvering to do here. They're going to try to wrap around the flank onto Fab here and try to cut him off for the rest of his team.
They're just being so proactive. They're hunting out for all these numbers, and we thought, hey, the last round they crashed out early. This is going to dent a little bit of morale. Instead, it fired him up. They are now having the most kills in this map itself, 10, and they're adding on to the number. Patopo being knocked down, but the trades are on. Fop, he will hold on with only the sliders of health, 4 HP, now sending a grenade on towards Rossington. 10. I'm not sure if he's going to be picked up, but there will be trades going on. Rossington still finds Fab.
Hakai is still hiding inside the brush right now. A car is going to come across. Rossington is going to get knocked out, though, by Tanawa coming on the side there. And you got to watch out for Pachills, because he was the one who started this sort of cascade here onto T5 by getting the first kill onto Tana Dolls, and that actually caused T5 to be in a bit of a scramble. Nevertheless, though, Tanawa will find Rossington Jr., will take them out. And Hakai also being found by Hasawat, so they're also going to be taking a bow right now. But Hasawat still alive right now for T5, will be maneuvering towards the road side here. That's going to put him in the path now towards attack all around, but the whole time as well, Purple Mood taking control for the north side of the circle. Now he's going to try to spray down Jackal 2-0, gets a knockdown of 1, goes for 1 more, gets 2 as well, finishes them off here. Oh boy, he needs to watch out for one more member though. This Esquilisa coming in with the frag grenades, 2 HP left for him, not enough though. Esquilisa finds him with the AUG.
A crazy show-stopping performance out of T5, despite crashing out on 4th place. It was Hasawat that was the savior back inside of Gold Up against Archangel Predator, and now on his last stand, raking in every single number that he can, and the next one to bow out, it's Triple A.
Well, Daytrade, I say, will be in the best position to keep control here. They've already taken out inside down by the south side, forcing the rest of E Arena to wrap around the west and up north, and that's putting them in close proximity here to Purple Moon. But you also have Pachills, who had the Car 98, had to use that already to deal a huge blow onto T5, and is looking to do the same as well as onto Purple Moon from his position here. Looking at the replay again, I mean, Hasawat, absolutely amazing here. It's just a little bit unfortunate that he didn't spot Equiusa until was a little bit too late, and by that point he was already like down 2 HP, so it was going to be a tough fight out of it anyway. Puchills, though, still keeping an eye out for Purple Moon's maneuvers right now because they still have control over the northern side. Daytrade has control over the south. There's still the wild card in the form of E-Arena still huddled around the western side, but they're under fire from Purple Moon right now as Thunder's spotted Lyrics, so they're going to be forcing the rest of E-Arena now to exfil out of the area and move further down south. That might put them in the path here to be spotted by Puchills. They're going to try to open fire, trying to get a knockdown, not quite dealing it yet, and Belmov is getting ready with a frag grenade. He's going to be setting out, expecting them to try to come into collision course right now, and then as he landed onto Zixi, he's already down. Lyrics is very low. This is looking bad.
And he predicted it all too well. Blow! E-Arena depleted just like that. Daytrade Gaming against Purple Moon. Full squads for the two teams. And this time around, with full control, Daytrade will start things up by knocking out Tanawan, and they will storm in with his party. And we saw them taking the zone from the get-go. This is where they will control and choke off the rest of Purple Moon with one big knockdown. Norris is now looking for another target, and nobody's going to be able to rescue him. As we have a quick replay, we go back into the screen, and now Purple Moon sees the new zone has approached, and they now have the high ground advantage.
Such a shame that Tanawa got taken out because he could have been the axle that will allow Purple Moon to just basically wrap around Daytrade, but now they're taking him down. They're going to have to do this a hard way. Direct confrontation over the crest now, sending the frag grenades, of course, with Chills down. He's already very low. You know, he's going to have to huddle onto the grass here to avoid any more damage from PLM, but is still trying to rain in as many grenades as he can. Delmo still has a couple more in his pack. Unfortunately, to the bounce around the trees and will not be able to find a mark here, so PLM the whole time will be able to keep moving forward here, and that's going to force Puchills very much in a very bad position. Borbo's now attempting to try to wrap around. He sees the care packages. He's trying to make a beeline towards it. Flash and Belmont, the only people now trying to keep it off. Belmont gets knocked down instead.
And he just got in that angle right above the rocks. Borbo still gets himself back to 100%, quickly healing up, whereas Norris trying to find his way to trade right back.
Yeah, Puchills has just been knocked down as well, so Fluky as well as Thunders are now moving up to try to finish off the rest of Daytrade, so that leaves Nurin's now trying to get a revive. He should be able to get a revive on the Belmov now, but it still kind of have to leave Puchills to get bleeded out. Fluky sending from stun grenades as well as frags and smokes to try to flush out Daytrade. They're already pushing right beyond them right now. Belmov still trying to get a fire on the Borbos, but now he's under fire from behind here as both of them move up to try to head off the teammate there, but unfortunately PLM is also moving at the same time. Swarming in onto them. Norins gets caught out there by Fluky now. He's still spawning for the other members of Daytrade here. Only Belmov and Flash is still left here, but they completely outnumbered, outgunned at the moment. Borbo's still out in no man's land and still trying to dodge all of those troubles headed his way.
Full tactical execution coming from Purple Moon, but the final nade, Belmont, the king of nades! 3 times in a row, he keeps executing him now, and he's still alive. Fluky does get some damage done, but the rest of Daytrade, they have a little bit more of those numbers. Now with only 1 member left, it's all down to Flash, and he may not be spotted out just yet. Borbolts have been the sentry right above those rocks, and now, how is he supposed to do this? Now that they're all trying to go for that reset, I think they've already lost track of it, but with that in mind, Purple Moon resuscitates Thunder.
Yeah, so the Thunder is already moving forward here, actually in the potential collision course right now with Flash. Flash is going to be coming over the crest very soon, and Thunder has his gun at it ready. Flash is going to try to send a grenade, it looks like. That's going to spot him immediately. Fluky comes around the side. Thunder as well, but Thunder gets knocked out instead. Flash tries to hold on. He's all still very low. Fluky is going to try to wrap around here, but can he get a knockdown in time? No, he can't yet. Flash is going to try and actually successfully forces Fluky to fall back here, but now Borbos comes in. He comes in the back, gets a shot, takes the chicken dinner here for Purple Moon Esports.
And it's finally time that Purple Moon finally celebrates their chicken dinner right here in Tago. And we saw how hard this map was for majority of the teams. We see Daytrade having the grasp of control for majority of the time, and eventually, with the help of Borbots that have been holding on from that angle alone, just gave them a little bit more of that lifeline, and Purple Moon have done it.
I mean, like, Borbos had to step up to the plate especially after Tanawat got taken down. He was going to be the flanker in that fight. Don't forget that it was only because he got eliminated. That's why Borbos had to play that role instead. But boy, he came in so clutch at the right moment there. So you can't really fault him for that anyway. But wow, yet another explosive take around here, man.
Oh, well, I really gotta get myself ready for all the things that I have to for summarize. And of course, Q Confirm started off on a high note by eliminating GE, and then after that we saw more of those fights happening inside of that island, where one of the biggest takeaway out of this match is that you can try to swamp into T5's territory, but they will still take you out. And Archangel Predator was the closest team to do so, doing the most damage, and it was only Hatsawat that was left alive. After that revive, look at how far this team goes from here on. Like, this was a fight, and how close was it? It was just a hair shred. They were fighting door to door, and then after that, I have no idea how did Kiraton 5 get out of the city alive, and then just basically gobbled out everybody outside the zone.
They found the high ground. I mean, very much so. The position where they found themselves in this final phase here was kind of like advantageous for them. And it did seem initially like they were going to be the ones controlling the circle. It didn't pan out to be that way. And as we see other teams just kind of fighting around the outside there, it's just a slow sort of collapse towards the center here. Star-Lord in particular, what a bad position to be caught out in here. Tanawat, it was easy pickings for him here. Then NGE as well certainly gave T5 a run for the money too. Just basically gatekeeping them from this next phase of the circle. Fob certainly was pulling a lot of his weight here, but Kiraton 5 still were able to hold strong. This amazing back-to-back here looked like it was going to be Hanawat's day, but unfortunately he was eventually taken up by Ekulusa in the end. Belmov, he was clutching this one here with the frag grenade. He was ready, he called the shot, he saw the opportunity, he went for it, and look at that, 2 kills for him just off of that 2 frags.
Every single team has been activated, and it's great to actually see them on their best level form, where we saw Belmov really coming up with a lot of creative ideas of his own, and then you have Pubg, who have been able to get so much of that reward against Daytrade after successfully overtaking that hill, and then the rest of Daytrade, they just slowly given up that control after Belmov has been knocked. And despite that, you saw Flash was still trading till the very end of it, and this is what we love about the best plays that we can get out of PUBG from all the pro players across APAC.
I mean, just imagine if Flash got the knockdown of Luki. You know, that would certainly swung things so heavily towards day trade there. So again, it was still man advantage in the end of the day that helped Purple Moon in that final fight, but getting themselves in that position there, because remember, you know, when that phase started, day trade was already in that circle. They already set up along that road line, just lining up the road there, so they're just ready to receive teams coming in there. And Purple Moon, just by virtue of like taking good fights up in the north side, avoiding most of the attention from day trade, were finally able to leave them as like the best for last. So that's certainly 22 well-deserved points here for Purple Moon Esports. That's good, but they're on 5 as well. 14 kill points. I've seen this before. This is like exactly from yesterday. You know, they will just find one round where they will be able to just nab the maximum kill points. Even if they can't get the chicken dinner, they will still have so many points here to use for the lead.
Remember what I said about last round? Like, hey, on an average, this team gets 6, and they say, tell you what, double that.
Double that.
In fact, they can even triple it if they last a little bit longer, but of course, day trade, they did absolutely phenomenal. They still managed to yield 16 points apiece, and then you have the next generation that has gotten 10. Like you said, they are having possibly some of the best rounds possible, just getting a lot of all these kills out on the field. Meanwhile, we see a little bit more of these teams actually getting singular digits, where it's not that they didn't take enough of that proactive fight. They were in those battles, but it's all about positioning, and the one that was the biggest loser, which I've expected a lot out of, was GEX, because they were the ones hoping to choke off the rest of T5, and instead, T5 just got the master plan on their own.
Oh, crazy. Purple Moon Esports, off of that chicken dinner win, has upgraded themselves to second place, pushing Genius Esports, Made in Thailand, and Global Esports Exit down into third, fourth, and fifth respectively, but that is only helping Duraton 5 right now to continue to pull away with the lead, 138 points with them. That's like, what, 50 points ahead of Purple Moon Esports. So imagine this, Duraton 5 can drop 2 rounds in a row and still be in the lead somehow.
It just doesn't add up, right? Like, well, you know, like a lot of these teams are currently struggling to find points on the board, especially for Cerberus Esports. We know they can fight, but they usually take those fights a tad too early that did not really benefit them as much. Same could somewhat be said about the Expandables, where they always last till an average of an 8th place finish. Whereas, you look at those kill numbers, it looks pretty darn healthy. Whereas, it seems like the teams that are currently on that first page here have already have the perfect idea of what's the target number that they're looking at when it comes down to the positioning points by the end of the round. What are they satisfied with? And then, of course, every other kill that you get along the way is always going to be a bonus. So everything from the second spot now down to 9 is pretty much up on the line. If we're going to see another Unicon Venom getting a chicken dinner or even one call, they will be pushed up just like how Purple Moon did.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Like, even if they're in 9th or 10th place, it's still never quite out. They're always, because of how competitive this top 8 field is, you know, the teams that are still on the second page can still have a chance to get back in the game. Just like Purple Moon Esports, you know, at many points in competition, we've seen them looking like they're going to be losing out on the top 8. But time and time again, they still prove us wrong. They still are able to come back strong. Tana One and Fluky certainly deserve a lot of credit. They pulled a lot of their weight, especially in that final fight there. But you also have T5, Theraton continuing to dominate the kills here, and you got Rusty Ted Jr. 6 kills here, just behind Zapalui. And Q Confirm actually low-key had a decent round here in terms of the fights taken. It's just a shame they weren't able to chase too much when it comes to placement points though, because that would have been nice actually for Q Confirm here.
Absolutely, and they started off taking out the big guns out of Genius Esports, and after that, I guess when it comes down to rotation, they did manage to have a situation of their own where they were locked into a position alongside with some of the players in between Day Trade as well as another team up over on towards the north western corners of the map. And I guess there's a lot to say about Purple Moon Esports. The moment where we see them have all 4 members playing towards the top 5 of the scenario, you just see them being so focused on taking position, and I think that's really what won them the round, because initially Day Trade Gaming had the upper hand in that form of fight where they controlled 50% of the area. Once that circle shift and they see that, hey, there is a quick passage that we could pass through, and then you saw the setups were immaculate overall. We saw surely that Tanawat was hoping to get that flying angle, and even when he falls, the coverage comes in so swiftly.
It's the thing, adapting on the fly, and that's a kind of squad you want in those kind of fights, right? You want teammates that were able to step up when others fall and just fill in a position nice and easily. And I think like that sort of teamwork is what allows these teams to continue to dominate everyone else here. Theraton 5, again, rank number 2 from this one here, mostly off of the kill points they managed to get. And yet again, you know, another round where they just basically farm for those kill points. Doesn't really have to be too concerned about placements, but it's still very much still playing the same way they always done, you know, still always finding the good positions, still always getting good maneuvers against teams they're trying to hit up against, and with their 2 like stars basically still killing it absolutely in these fights though. Deraton 5, it seems like it's going to take a lot of effort from all the other teams there to knock them off on that number 1 spot. So at this point now, you know, with them still pulling away with this lead here, I just wonder, is that time even going to come, or have most of the teams already given up and trying to take the spot away from them?
That's right, and I believe that this will probably take another extra day before anybody will be able to catch up, because we last saw, these two teams that were chasing up to them, Global Esports Access as well as Genius Esports, they are having a lot of troubles in the first half of the day. Now we're moving into Erangel, where I think this is where every team that have been competing here will be able to have great grasp of knowledge of how to have formulas of their own to work around. So with that in mind, of course, I really do wonder what will actually churn up, because this is where we see teams like One Call shine the brightest, where surely they have not won their own chicken dinner, but whenever they do play in these late stages of the game, especially back in day one, they've been able to at least secure top fives, and I guess from yesterday's rounds itself, they have decent records at the least.
That's the thing, like the team that especially want to watch out here for is going to be Unicorn Venom for one. NGE actually took the first Erangel chicken dinner in yesterday's matches, so they're also going to be another one who are going to be looking for that sort of performance again to make up for some of the disappointment in these first 3 matches so far. Another team they can't really count out as well when it comes to Erangel is Teraton 5, because in day number 1, they won, not they won, but then they got 3rd place finishes in both Erangel rounds for that first day. So they're also a team that is quite formidable on this map at the same time. So now they're already like 3 days in this tournament here. I think like a lot of teams are certainly have a lot of like information they can already use against some of these squads here. I mean, particularly if you've been noticing like T5's patterns, for example, they always love to take the north side of the circle. You never quite see them approach from the south, no matter what. They always wrap around somehow to get up to the north side, but that becomes sort of like their pattern. They're sort of like strat pretty much every time we get to these final phases here. But I think at this juncture here for T5, it's all about the kills. It's all about still being able to steal away kills from other teams. It's still all about being making sure that they are still somewhere in that final phase here. And just by virtue of doing that, they don't have to chase when chicken dinners too much anymore. They can still have a decent lead, even if, like I said, even if they drop 2 games. So now I think it's going to be incumbent upon everyone else here, like Genius Esports, Global Esports Exit, Myth, now UV as well, to just basically find a way to overcome each other, because their main competition is now everyone from 2nd rank all the way down.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to actually remain consistent when you look at every single performance from the past 3 rounds, right? Like we've looked at all these players coming from AAA. They've been able to get huge rounds of eliminations, and then you saw pop-up performances coming from even T5. Sure, no chicken dinners, no problem. I think like everybody that has been playing around this arena online has already gotten the hang of the tempo of play. The only problem is that can you outduel all these other teams when you're being pit up against them in an unfavorable position? And I think like T5 shown that they have done it best.
Yeah, they've certainly been able to recover, surprisingly at times, even when the odds are stacked against them. Speaking of a team that has odds very much stacked against them, is Enter Force 36, the only Japanese squad to make it into this grand finals here, but unfortunately because of underperformances in the first day have very much stayed at the bottom of the leaderboard for the longest time. It seems like they're slowly starting to get a bit more momentum here, but unfortunately the deficit is still too great for them to try to overcome. I think their best hope right now is to just at least maintain a good trajectory and hopefully find a good opportunity to get a top 3 finish somewhere, and that hopefully will be able to get them out of this quandary here. But for now, they're still all smiles and still enjoying themselves somewhat, as much as you can enjoy a high-stakes grand finals match here, but they seem to be able to do it.
It's either you win or you learn, and I think they might as well have fun while on that learning process as well. So far, this team definitely is admirable on the way that they've been able to make it through the LCQ. And of course, now into match 4, it's time for Erangel, and it seems like this flight path will come in from Primos hitting directly into the outskirts of Milta Power.
So basically splitting the mainland from Sofnoka Island here. So I want to see like if this circle is going to land southwards though, because it seems like a lot of teams just going up north here. We see E36 moving quickly to try to take control over the military base here on Sofnoka Island. We also got Purple Mood as well, moving down south at the same time. Hot drops particularly, I think, over on the ferry pier, and I think Arena as well as Gex have done this before on the Wrangle. Looks like it's time for the numero duo here in this encounter.
Yeah, 3 days in a row, and we see them continuously contest, and then usually by the 4-minute mark, if there's not going to be any form of casualties, there's not going to be any given. And since he's the first casualty here, speaking of which, and GEX, they find themselves a little bit up ahead, but it's just a knock for the time being. They have yet to find those grenades, therefore Irina still have a little bit more time to try to save their teammate.
Yeah, Leo as well as Jannan is moving forward here under the cover while the Zixi is going to be revived here by his teammates. So they've already successfully got themselves into the compound here. Leo waiting for his teammate to come in as well so they can finally assault through the upstairs portion here. Zixi is going to be brought up to speed. Here we go, KM99 finds Leo around the corner though. Will not be able to get a return. Xavier in the meantime gets a frag grenade kill on both Zixi as well as Lyrics. Well, Lyrics was trying to get a revive there onto Irina, so it looks like they're already 2 men down. And with the Upchat under fire here inside, trying to get one last shot with the M24. Can't quite find Upchat in time, but he's down to 6% here. Looking not too hot, unfortunately, but still finds a shot onto KM99 Upchat anyway. KM9 is just been taken out by Leo as well. Xavier coming around the outside, is trying to flush out inside, who's already down to less than 6%, I think. And Zendan now joins together with him to try to flank around to prevent inside from being able to exfil out. Now they have him surrounded in his house here. Xavier waiting for the cue to get into the house, breaks down the door, sees inside, comes down the stairway, finds him and takes him out completely. E-Arena out in 16th place.
Wow, it's the Savior show after all. A huge grenade to really set them up for success. GEX have won it, but that was not a clean fight after all. Upchen was hoping to actually catch up inside after dealing significant amount of damage, but the fight and the tenacity to be able to pull all the way back and at least have garnered E-Arena 1 point, but that's just 1 point. They wish that they could have gotten more, and the Expendables here continues on fighting. And after the episodes of Fair Pure, we continue on our journey to Pachinki, where we always see Attack All Around as well as the Expendables here to have a little bit of a contest of their own. This time, for members swarm up into the central area, and here goes Tanfu pushing up.
Remember, the Expendables already 2 men down, so Triple A has already gotten 2 kills off the bat, and we'll get a knockdown on Tanfu and Delwin as well. Quick eliminations here, and Triple A now has full control of Pachinki, which sits right on the borderline here for this next circle that's going to be coming in, so this is just coming just in time.
Less than 4 minutes, 2 teams are already out, and I'm looking at this updated circle, which we'll unveil to you guys shortly. This is not going to be easy at all. It is dissected between the island as well as mainland, but most likely ending up around Milta, and a little bit of a chance up towards the north side of the plains as well. So, as much as GX have got a small victory out of their own city, now the bigger trouble remains is that how on earth do you actually play this one out?
That's the thing, because you already got Day Trade and Archangel Predators moving quickly to secure the western side, and that might actually be a staging point for them to continue to take a fight against each other. You already got Triple A having control of Pachinki. They're not going to be moving out there anytime soon. In the meantime, you know, looking in the center of that circle there, it's looking very, very crowded as Purple Mood now moves up from where one call is across the bridge there. So they're going to start to join in a firefight that's going to be breaking out here all over the farm area next to Milta. Jexy is still keeping an eye out. He sees Purple Mood take control over the compound just as they got up past the bridge here, so he's just keeping an eye out, making sure they don't get out too far. Trick is already sending shots down towards them, and that's attracted their attention for sure. Danawa is not going to be coming out in his car here, so is Hakai as well, but Hakai is now trying to join up together with NGE here. PLM in the meantime, Archangel Predator in the meantime, they did see Day Trade come across. They tried to take control over the hilltop here, but Day Trade decided to pass them by and just go along the coastline here and try to avoid that encounter.
They can only avoid as long as they can, but one call now is being pushed and pulled into this corner, and grenades are already flying in. Fluky now down to 57, but he will be able to regenerate his health bars as he buys enough time to go onto this one over the top side. Chipper now spots on top as well, eliminates him, and here goes Fluky. He turns around! Not the right time for Trick, but the rest of one call, they try to swarm into the same building, and there are nades being cooked up, and quickly enough,
Comes on that side.
Here comes Timoy.
C-Boy finds Fluky as he just pops out of the window there. Now he just needs to find one more member. That's going to be Borbo, still inside the building. Thunders is across the street right now. Trick still down and already taken out here. Borbo is going to be sending from frag grenades out here in order to try to keep C-Boy away, but still not going to be abated at all. But Thunders across the street finds the shot onto C-Boy, knocks him down now. So Jexy, last one standing here for one call, will have to pull away. No way for him to rescue his teammates here.
The multi-angle fights coming from Purple Moon Esports just shows how well this team understands how the trades will go, and now only giving one life away, they will be able to just secure these numbers by the end of it all, because Jexy's just fleeing off the scene. Borbo's now cleaning up shop, and there you go, 3 points in for the victors of Hago.
Yep, the victors indeed. So they will take control over the crossroad there. Jexy runs all the way to Milta. That's putting him under the line of fire here from Mif. You also got E36 now finally coming out of Sofnoka's military base, and now are in a direct confrontation here with PLM. So you can see both XK1 as well as Sylphia having to hang around on the edge of the cliff there to avoid the fire that's coming from PLM's building here. So right now, E36 not exactly the most secure position because after, even if they were able to get through Purple Moon, they still have to contend with NGE on the western side, as well as Daytrade, who decide to take control over two complexes along this coastline here. So even if they want to try to move westwards, that's certainly going to put them in the collision course with these squads. Now Sylphia is going to pick up his car here. Maybe still trying to get a staging position here against PLM, but it's still too far away, really, to deal any substantive sort of damage there onto PLM's position. Unicorn Venom, in the meantime, looking like they might actually get into a confrontation sooner rather than later here with GE. Where exactly are they on the map right now? Okay, Unicorn Venom's NBK now getting into the tower, just keeping an eye out for his other teammates as they move out from the shelter area. In meantime, I would still say that, like, E36, actually, whoa, they just literally wrapped around the coast here, getting onto the beach, and just completely bypasses Purple Moon Esports to get to Milta.
Here comes Purple Moon, coming with long-range taps, not really finding the mark on towards E36, as they try to trade right back. It's coming in from Belmoff instead, and there's just going to be more flocks of crowd around this Milta section, and I guess, like, Enter Forest, they can just, be around some of all these areas of the city, whereas MITH, they're just going to be the ones that will dictate who gets in, who gets out of the city.
Yeah, but certainly didn't stop E36 from getting in anyway, so not exactly covering all angles of Milta, you know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, everyone else kind of quieting down right now. T5, you know, they were all the way in Jojo Paul early on. Now they're going to be making their way up north side of the circle, down from Yasinaya Poliana. Might actually be close enough to GE here for them to spot them, but doesn't seem like GE is putting too much pressure onto them, just mostly holding onto their compound here, or rather quite spread out actually when you look at it, because 30 is all the way further down, closer to the crossroads near shelter. So right now T5 still going to be taking positions here. We've seen this time and time again where Hasawat will hold an anchor point. The other members will kind of fan out a little bit, try to take as much territory as they can. And they seem to be within reach of Mansion as well. So there's quite a few compounds that T5 could decide to try to set up base in, unless Surti is going to burst in onto this party, because he seems to be in an interception course now with Rossitet Jr. We'll find him alongside now. Is he going to be popping out his car, or is he going to be turning around here? He's also got Utah Chloris coming up behind here, so they know that T5 is rearing within their sector here. They may be in a position here to try to keep their head off and coming into this next circle, which, by the way, lands right on top of all of them.
Yeah, and T5, they just drove directly into the middle of it, where, of course, the moment that this circle pulls up north, it does give them a little bit more room to breathe with. But the only thing is that there's not going to be all too much of the kills for them to farm for the time being, because everybody else is just being stuck across the corners of farm, and perhaps it might just be the playground coming in for Cerberus Esports, where Confirm is opting to drive past this intersection here, and let's see whether or not can they survive it though. Sir T running out of bullets, and looks like the rest of QC have managed to reposition all the way up north.
Pedro is going to hold back a little bit, but QC, quite interesting to see they're going up north here. Haizaki actually finds Zindan as Gex also tries to maneuver themselves up north together, but then unfortunately running into the path of Archangel Predators as well as Cerberus Esports at the same time. That's already drawn a lot of attention here onto Cerberus' own position, so they are finding themselves under fire at the same time. But it seems like the rest of Gex are able to pull through. Unfortunately, they have to leave behind Zindan, and he will be taken away to the lobby now. PLM also moving up as well, getting closer and closer to the shelter, but then too close for Unicorn Venom, who doesn't seem to like the fact that they're taking a compound just across the road from them. Now T5 also spots Q Confirm's pawns and Pet Dread starting to move up to link up with the rest of Q Confirm up in the north side, but will not be able to get a knockdown this time around. So all these teams now shuffling about, getting themselves into the center here, and I think the only outlier really is going to be E36, who have already moved out of Milta, but now are running into a collision course here with Myth out on the eastern side.
Not sure if they will get out of it though. The moment that they land on towards the Yumber Yard, this is where Duckman's greeted them with a grenade itself. Of course, that actually bounces a little too far, he's so low though. So he's holding on to the angles, not really landing across against Duckman's. Duckman's still hit all by himself, and here comes Rogue. He finds Deva. Next one to fall is K, and there's only 2 more members left for the rest of E36.
Yeah, and Jacob has Sylphia in his sights as well, trying to send a frag grenade in his direction too, while Sylphia the whole time is trying to force Duckmans off of the top perch there, but Made in Thailand still having a lot more manpower right now to try to head off this flanking maneuver. Starlo is still hanging all the way into the back there, and he's trying to get fights. He does get a shot there onto Duckmans there, Sylphia does, but Rogue Knight's going to be coming up now. This is going to be crucial for Starlo to come up here. Sylphia needs his help, but then still, he's trying to hit off Rogue Knight right now, taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, will get knocked out. Starlo comes running up top, will get a lot of damage done onto Rogue Knight. Not enough to get knocked out though, but Rogue just still knocks him completely. Now he's still on the ground here. Excrosit moving up forward here. They just need to take him out, and that will be the end of E36, so they know that this is such a supreme opportunity for them.
And he cannot move a single muscle at all. Stormon eventually will find one more in the back in terms of knock, but here goes Jacob putting a nail in the coffin. Enter Force 36, bows out, this time on 14. Now, quick update on towards the circle, and it will eventually shift all the way down south back to the hands of Cerberus Esports. So all that journeying of all these teams yields nothing, and that's problematic for Q Confirm because they were from around that sector.
That's the thing. They were from down south. They moved all the way north. Now they're going to be finding themselves gate-kept by not just Genius Esports, but T5 as well as AAA can easily keep them from being able to keep control over the north side of the circle. In fact, T5 is already moving rapidly here to try to take over GE's position. We also got Gex now also moving down south. That's going to put them in the collision course with Daytrade. UV cutting across the farm right now, taking fire from board boats as well as NGE. And now, they got knocked out. Smells just got knocked out right now, so UV is forced to stop in their tracks.
Oh boy, there's just gonna be so much bloodbath in the middle of the field. And you're looking at Yubi also getting stuck. The vehicles are being punctured up by Hakai, and all they have to do is to hunker down onto the sniper's nest as they have members here to resuscitate Hakai, pushing outwards all alone. NGE making their first advancement after a long time to wait. And let's see if those grenades fly in.
Q confirmed, collapsing straight on the T5 to took it down. Both Pantapong as well as Tanadol. Tanadol to be taken out. Pedred takes out Pantapong as well. So now leaves behind only Hasawai Rossi Jr., but they will not find Q confirmed. Instead, they will pull away from that fight now. Frag grenade goes inside the tower. Oh, lot of damage done. Not enough going to knock down the Yukon Venom though. NBK is going to pop out the door now to try to head up this attack coming in from NGE, but still taking so much fire from outside. The Molotov is roasting them alive. Hakai with the double kill onto UV. They're not going to be on their last licks any longer here as Fob has some death rights there with the Car 98, and the rest of NGE now moving in to sweep for the kill.
Hakai with a huge setup here. It's all really down to the cleanup, and the longer that they take, NGE may have actually lost it, but they are not really ending the chance, and they're sending it all in, driving right through, and that's where Dapu is just going to supplement, and Unicorn Venom, just like that, wiped off of Arangel. Oh, thankfully that grenade didn't really pop onto his own teammates, though.
Lucky him. Myth also moving up as well. They're going to be heading off T5 as they encounter them around the shelter area here. Cerberus Esports under fire right now from Daytrade, from Gex as well. They're still sitting right in the middle of this circle, but it's still not exactly the most comfortable spot. Only Duckmai and Haisaki are inside one compound, while Tolozi and Haimas are still out on the outside, although they do have a bit of high ground that's allowing them a bit of view onto what Daytrade's movements might be. Thailand's Rogue Nans, though, fresh off of the victory now, getting into their buggies in order to try to sweep around the western side to link up with their two teammates, Exorcist as well as Jacob, in order to continue to take the fight to the Worcester Farm, thereby bypassing T5 here. Now the blue zone still crowding around here. Let's see where this next circle lands. Still on top of Cerberus, as well as Daytrade still on the western side here. So looks like the teams that are still on the on the eastern side are going to have to fight it out right now for the right to get into this next safe zone here. As you see, collapsing onto it, Myth as well as Purple Mood.
Orbo's going to be ready to actually pick anybody up coming from the outskirts. A lot of all these teams are being zoned out from entering, and you can see MITH turning back. There's not going to be any form of safe entry, and wherever they go, they just really have to pick their poison right now. Daytrade Gaming having the AUG in hand for Belmoth. Well, MITH, they split up 2-2. So this is not going to be easy for them to navigate, but they are basically full sending it up ahead. They choose to play far out into the open corners, and they will eventually congregate once more once everything settles down. But for the time being, it's a little bit more of a standstill in between all the teams, as they are all hoping to reposition. And here we go. Utah lands 2 blows and a go.
Yeah, Q confirmed trying to cut Drew into the top side here will come under fire from GE as well as Daytrade. Sees that Pedra and Leon's Q will still get Drew unscathed though. Unfortunately for T5, they also did the same thing trying to get to the middle, but unfortunately Rositet has just been caught out here by Cerberus. So now that's going to leave Hasawa the last person standing. He's going to try to open fire as well as everyone else. So Q confirmed there. Pedra still trying to slip all the way past Hasawa here, but he still comes in, tries to get a spray. He's still taken down by the headshot here. T5 is out in 12th place.
Oh my word, the drive-by, and Jedi was just so ready to actually go in for the final hurrah. And my, this is the first few times that we see T5 actually bow out without a single kill in the game. And now, finally, breathing room for everybody else to get as much points as possible. And on an average right now, we're looking at 3 points on average for a majority of the teams, whereas Cerberus Esports, despite having majority of the zone, it doesn't seem like they have been all too proactive into hunting out in numbers. And then you also do have AAP, who have a little bit of a safe haven of their own, and when I say that, AAA, they're trying to strike them now.
Yeah, Jungle 12 is, I think, spotted Evil Patrick trying to cut across it. It's forcing them back into the compound here. It looked like they were going to try to overrun Jexy's position down by the south side. But now we're going to be focusing attention onto Daytrade because Myth is now getting themselves closer to the border of this next safe zone. And Daytrade is the only one standing between them and the safety of this next circle here. So Duckman is trying to keep his eyes pinned onto Flash here. They already got a knockdown with Chills. So this could be an opportunity here for Myth to collapse onto Daytrade and send out all the frag grenades they could towards a Flash and Belmont's position here. This next one going to land closer and closer to that shed, forcing Flash to just dig in there. But in the meantime, MGE got into a bit of a fight on the bottom side there, takes out the rest of PLM, and they're already out in 11th place. Nevertheless, though, Daytrade Gaming still under siege here. Myth sending everything but a kitchen sink onto them. The whole field is completely fogged up by these smoke grenades, covering the approach that Myth is doing right now. Good connection to Belmont, although he does heal himself quite quickly afterwards. So right now, Myth is still having to move forward. Unfortunately, Jacob gets gets knocked down. Rogue Knight and Echoes in now has to watch their flank here because it's not exactly undercover as Flash will be able to take down the rest of them, and Myth gets eliminated before they can even respond.
Oh my, they were overzealous, and there's not much room for them to play out as well. The blue zone is already closing right in. Meanwhile, while all of that was happening, NGE, they just corralled every member to be able to wipe out yet another team. And they are just on an absolute rampage. As CES, you can see that their approach here in angle is absolutely different from the past couple of rounds that they've been hunting out for those numbers, and they are prioritizing that they want those placement points, and that's great on them because finally we see a shift in mentality, and perhaps with this shift they'll be able to get a lot more hitting into the late game, especially now. Look at that 2-2 split. It will take over this whole control over onto this mountain area, where even on the low ground itself, you just get a little bit more of that vision control for whoever exits True Farm.
Yeah, for Haisaki and Duckmite particularly, they only have to worry about Gex. It's just directly down south for them, and Hamas and Solo Z is just watching the fights. It's breaking out on the top here. I think we got Archangel Predator starting to move in onto this safe zone here, and that's going to force Triple A's hand, no doubt. Unfortunately, Triple A is also having their hands full trying to keep GE at bay from encroaching into their zone. Janku Tuop and Ekalusa will be moving up at the same time. Zest keeping an eye out, trying to spot the positions of Triple A's snipers here. In the meantime, NGE as well, keeping the fire going on to day trade, so that's putting a little bit of pressure off of Cerberus, to be fair, although you also see Gex also moving up at the same time, starting to get into the compound here, so Haisaki and Duckmite are going to have to start fighting closer sooner rather than later. GE in the meantime still keeping Triple A under the siege, still keeping them tied up, while AAP's Agent Boss now getting into the direct confrontation with Haimas around the western side of this circle here, so AAP still trying to find an entryway, but just being blocked completely by Cerberus Esports.
See that now needing to face off against two members out of Genius Esports, but
Savior
being thrown on the ground. Nobody's gonna be able to see him. Savior, 2 blows here coming in from his shotgun, coming up close, and GEX now out and in.
Yeah, Duckmite saving it there. Unfortunately, he would not be able to save Hatsaki too much, but nevertheless, a save here onto Cerberus Esports. Nevertheless, Jedi finding Cersei almost takes him down there before he does into the trees, but certainly in a position there to receive some frag grenades, though. Frag grenades coming up, bursting all around there into Triple A as they are forced now to back out of position. Daytrain in the meantime, using this opportunity, moves up north too, so they're starting to pincer GE between themselves as well as Triple A here, forcing them into an even worse position right now. Utah's trying to send out some smokes to try to cover away and hopefully prevent Daytrade from being able to have an easy sightline towards them, and that's now forced Flash to just move in, but that's only to try to secure the north side of the circle. Daytrade still has his fight under control, and AAB in the meantime finds the rest of Cerberus, takes out both Hamas as well as Solo Z, and will be able to claim out Cerberus' kill points there and takes him out in 7th.
A surprise ambush coming from Archangel Predator as they clear out the entirety of Cerberus Esports just like that. And I guess like the split coming in from Cerberus was a little bit too wide, where they were having only 2 members on each respective corridor of the north as well as south. And here comes Daytrade Gaming. They're just finding knocks after knocks, but members of the side of GE, they're pretty much well spread out. Now down to Utah, another frag grenade, and they did spot him out. And there you have it. Ulsker lands the final blow and attack all around. Still have more fishes to fry.
They certainly do, NGE being one of them, but unfortunately NGE has already taken super control over this circle here. Hakai, Daplu, and Fop now moving up to the high point in the middle of this circle. AAP now putting Triple A under fire here as they attempt to try to get a knockdown to Jedi. Can't quite find the angle though to do so. Nan still scanning around with that Mini 14. Daytrade in the meantime moving down the north side. Looks like gonna get into a confrontation with NGE soon for control over the circle, but AAP continues to try to take the fight at both Triple A as well as Jexi from one call down by the south side. So Jexi still looking to try to find an opportunity to backdoor them, but so far Alec has been smart enough to keep an eye on the backline here for AAP, while Triple A starting to collapse onto AAP now. This is looking like a very tight squeeze here for Archangel Predators, the only Filipino squad.
Archangel Predator now having the best run for the day. 5 kills already in the bag.
Oh!
Here comes J9. They spot out Algin Bod. The moment that I was trying to hype out Archangel Predator and Triple A, they got one more A on their name as they're trying to chase out the rest of them. And Alec lands one more blow, and that sends out attack all around.
Yep, NGE now starting to come into, they will try to surround Flash here and also try to head off Archangel Predator from coming into this next safe zone unscathed. They will remove Alec from the game now, so it leaves only 9, the last remaining standing member. Not for long though, as that blue takes him out with a mini 14. Jexy is the only solo member left here. The other 2 teams, Daytrade as well as New Generation Esports, still have the full stack. Now they're starting to collapse onto each other.
This Flash needs to hold on to this ground and prevent Kai from pushing forward. He already spots out the head for the time being. Barrel inside. Got the red dot just zooming into the ground and finds a little bit of damage being done. After reposition, and still lands a few more attacks before he tried to find a little bit more of that cover of his own. And here comes the rest of Daytrade, focusing down the rest of New Gen.
Oh man, Daytrade still had a lot of frag grenades left in their pack, don't they? Because they just sent one down to try to knock down Norins, and actually successful in doing so. That's given them now the initiative to move forward here. Dat Blue is still trying to hold his own here, trying to bring Hakai back into the fold, but unfortunately will not be able to do so as Norins will take him out. Now Flash coming around the side here. A frag grenade is going to be coming out from Norins' side to hopefully flush out this last member of NGE that's still stuck on the flank here, but Dat Blue is still not budging. He's still waiting for the rest of Daytrade to come towards him instead so they can open fire onto them, but with the high ground advantage being held by Daytrade, they can easily also spot other members of NGE at the same time, so they don't necessarily want to move down quite yet. They just want to do whatever they can to try to maintain control over this circle.
They're just playing with the advantage of the current topography where they're getting enough cover of their own while Jexy is not really revealing himself for the time being. And who knows, if Daytrade were too optimistic, they can easily get punished. Look at that setup from Dat Blue. And the moment that they misstep, this is just going to be them being trampled off, and Norris just being right above them, and they just have a little bit more room. Dat Blue finally strikes.
Yep, Flash is already down. Norris realizes that they've just been had, so now he sends his frag grenade down towards Dat Blue's position. Might actually connect, though. Dat Blue does get his health back up just in the nick of time. Molotov, though, is still going to come down, but Melboom finds him anyway with the AUG, so no more Dat Blue to worry about now. Daytrade is going to try to pick up Flash and bring him back to safety in order to get a revive here, in order to maintain a full stack, but definitely NGE is in serious trouble here, because if Daytrade does successfully bring their teammate back, that's going to be worse here. Jexy just has been found here by Fob as they attempted to try to move up here, but then still NGE not quite out of the woods yet.
It was the top 3 finish for the Indonesians, and once again yielding great results here back in the Arangel. Now, where it's going to be focusing on NGE, there's no way that they can revive their fallen ally, and now target 1, they need to know where the other is. And it's going to be popped right down below. He's already receiving a little bit more attacks. And Daytrade, they got the high ground, but the zone is going to be closing in. It might just go back into the hands of New Gen Esports, but it may not matter if there isn't much room for them to play. And Bob, he's trying to take this time to reposition and run into an area where they can find ways to gatekeep some parts of the map, and perhaps they can catch Daytrade off guard.
Here's the best bet here for NGE is just try to delay this as long as possible and to basically force Daytrade Gaming to get out of this top perch here, because that's been the thing that's making it so hard for NGE to take the fight against them. It's just a high ground advantage Daytrade Gaming has been able to hold. Not only that, as well, the man advantage. Now they're just moving very quickly to surround Fob and get him knocked out to him immediately, though. Although he does get knocked out for chills, now they can focus on the bad here, but Norins will finish off 1, Phil finish off 2, headshots all around. Daytrade Gaming gets their time in the sun with the chicken dinner.
Oh my word, it was quite the battle that we've witnessed all across the fields of Erangel, and this is possibly one of the toughest ones that we've seen in this map itself, where the circle was just shifting all about, and Daytrade Gaming, despite being denied that back in Tego, this time they've been able to rejuvenate and bounce back, earning themselves the victory.
Exactly, and you know, they certainly had to do a lot of maneuvers actually in that final fight. Now when I think about it, in order to secure the best possible position in that final phase. But nevertheless, when you look at around with how all the other teams kind of like piled out of this fight itself, certainly things are going to be a little bit topsy-turvy, I think, when we get back to the overall leaderboard here. But nevertheless, certainly looking very strong here for Purple Moon Esports, especially early on here, getting that good engagement here to get against one call certainly has helped them a lot in getting that progress in this map here. Then you also got Cerberus Esports actually in a prime position to actually have control over the circle, although I think by the time we got to phase 4, like a lot more teams started to crowd around, and Cerberus quite quickly found that their position became a lot more precarious than they initially thought. Then, as this circle continued to try to move things down south, where we saw Q confirm attempt to try to make a maneuver, and this was where Unicorn Venom found their end, basically, as NGE moved up there, using the Molotov to flush it out completely and catching NBK around the outside. There was nowhere pretty much for them to run out of this situation here.
Yeah, this is possibly the best we've seen out of NGE overall from the get-go, where they've been able to flush out Unicorn Venom, and after that, picking fights after fights after fights and seeing how they've been able to get to the zone despite having such a tough position to be. They have shown that they understand how to play along on these slopes to be able to at least hold on for whatever advantages that they have and still yield the best results possible heading into a top 2 finish. And then for Archangel Predator, I would say exactly the same, except for the fact that there were a little bit more room for the rest of Archangel Predator to work with from the get-go to head to where they needed to be.
Yeah, but I think like Archangel Predator, especially when you compare the movements that Day Trade Gaming did, I mean, for one, to be fair, there were a lot of other teams around them that kind of prevented them from being able to maneuver out of their position. But even when they tried to do so, it still pretty much ended up with them getting stuck in that western side of the circle and not being able to move out of the way. So, but in the end, though, I think Day Trade very much used their position to the advantage, just getting into that high point on that circle, which eventually became the northern part. That was what secured them, I think, the advantage against NGE in that final fight. Because without that whole high ground there, without them being able to pick up Flash. Actually, Flash was knocked out by that blue early on. If Flash had been taken out, there would certainly be less likely for them to be able to overrun NGE that quickly. But all those factors combined together here to allow Day Trade Gaming to finally get the chicken dinner, and gonna be happier for them.
Yeah, I think this team overall have been one of the most consistent throughout the course of the day, and of course, putting aside T5. It was great for them for the first 3 rounds, and then we start to see a little bit more cracks going on as they approach the later stages of the day. But I don't think that they will be all too worried so far, because with the amount of points that they've been able to get, things are looking good, as we can see from the board itself. Turtle 5 get nothing in return, whereas Day Trade maximum points of 19, and then of course as we go down the list, we've already covered some of these names like New Generation Esports as well as Archangel Predator. Attack all around. I think one thing's for certain for today, they've been able to achieve the number of kills that they've always been known for from those rounds that they've been playing all across the execution and such. So with that, even for those in the middle pack, you see the average numbers here goes up to 6 for most of these guys. From 5th place all the way to 8th, and then Made in Thailand, they fell off very early on, but they did manage to pick fights of their own by trying to get their way off of Milta.
Yeah, I hope I haven't cursed Theraton 5 there by saying they could potentially drop 2 games and still be in the lead. They've already dropped 1 so far, so if they drop the next one, Casso's curse confirmed, very much so.
We'll check it out.
We'll check it out very soon. Let's go ahead and have a look now at the overall leaderboard here to see what movements these teams will have made after these rounds here. Yet again, Theraton 5, not any progress at all, but Day Trade is able to close that gap now to now at 99 points here to Teraton 5's 138, and that's certainly the boost that they were certainly looking for all tournament long, and that literally has put them back in contention now, isn't it?
Yeah, and just looking at all of the names here listed on the top 8, yes, Day Trade Gaming definitely is in the best position in the contest, but that's about 40 points that they need to actually come close to. So they need to eventually find back-to-back chicken dinners at some point of the days that they will be playing, which will be a little bit difficult, but not impossible. But what I want to highlight is that attack all around, out of the top 8, they have the least amount of placement points, but it's all about the fragging game.
It's very much so. Like that is exactly the sort of game plan from here on out, I think, for them. But you know, with Teraton 5 still having that massive lead here, I think Day Trade is still mostly going to be focused on keeping the lead ahead of new generation of Genius Esports here. Not sure how easy that's going to be if like either two of those teams are able to get into the final phase. But nevertheless, you know, I think Day Trade is starting to find a consistency that has been eluding them all tournament long now. And finally, they've also, like, actually looking back at like how they perform in Thailand, they've also been known to be like late starters somewhat. You know, even though like they may not be the most dominant at the beginning of the tournament here, they can certainly catch up very quickly, as they have already done right now before our eyes. As for the others here, like Purple Moon Esports, even though they're already now up into the 90 point, the 90 point total here, along with attack all around, still finding themselves in the 5th and 6th place here, unfortunately. But that just goes to show how competitive it still is, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, again, these teams are just constantly trading positions round after round after round. The only constant, pretty much, has just only been Teraton 5, just simply because of the huge lead here.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, let's check out the best performing individuals in the map of Erangel. And I think undoubtedly so, he has been getting every single number in the back from the get-go, where we saw them storming up against UV and then everybody else across those farm sectors. And then of course, you have members of Day Trade that have been able to take control of the area so well.
I'm super, like, looking at the damage numbers here. Look at that Flash, 720 damage but only 3 kills, whereas like his teammate Norin's 4 kills, 638. And then you got Algin Bots there just pulling under 300 damage but still getting 4 kills.
Good job done.
Yeah, I mean, again, some of these are likely, you know, just having other people deal most of the damage and them just picking up the kill shot. But then again, you know, Day Trade certainly has found a high performance round for them here. So that's no doubt why they are currently the best of the rest right now when you discount Teraton 5. But nevertheless, still one more map to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Still one more match here for Day Trade Gaming potentially to show us their might. As we have a look at their total performance here, Rankin won 9 kills in total here. Not the most we've seen in this tournament, but I think considering where Day Trade started and where they are right now, that's certainly 9 very valuable kill points for them.
That's right, and prior to that, back in Tego, they were on 2nd place with just as much of a kill point that they've been able to acquire in those rounds. So long as they keep up with this consistency, they should be able to chase up to Teraton 5, especially now that Teraton 5 are starting to drop a few unlikely games without much of these points being acquired. So I guess, like, after all, there is going to be hope coming into all these upcoming games.
Yeah, New Generation Esports taking the 2nd rank here also had the same number of kills as Day Trade Gaming here, and certainly we're looking kind of like the favorites earlier on in that final phase there, because they already took control over the south side of the circle early on. It was just that Day Trade outmaneuvered them very much so by getting up to the top there. And as you know, just kind of like highlighting something you pointed out, like you said, previous takeover round, Day Trade was 2nd place. You know, in Miramar, they also were in 3rd place. So 3, 2, and 1 now. So they've just been on an upward trajectory since the start of day number 3 here.
Yeah, like the only way is up, and I hope that what's after 1? I hope it's not 0, right? Like, let's see this team continue to try, but of course we still have one more round of Erangel to go, and we'll definitely give them a little bit more time to re-strategize. All these teams here definitely might have felt a little bit more overwhelmed at all the form of pacing, so I guess we'll come back after a short break.
Yeah, we will. So we'll stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
back once again as you are currently watching the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer here in Asia Pacific. My name is Contra and this is Victor Cax. It's been 4 rounds already and we see the domination of Tiraton 5 and now we have a new contender coming up to the ranks and that's Day Trade Gaming.
Yeah.
And now they're really wrapping it up 3 rounds in a row with great results.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row where they got top 3. So like when we last went to Miramar, the final round of Miramar for the day, they got 3rd place. Then we went to Takeo, they got 2nd place. Now they come to Erangel, they got 1st place. So unless there's a 0 position somewhere, Day Trade, like they're literally already on the top right now as far as like their performance for the day goes. Let's see how much further can they continue to push on though, because off of those performances there, they started the day somewhere, I think like outside of the top 8, but then now those back-to-back performances has literally put them back into the game now. They are currently 2nd place ahead of Purple Mood, ahead of Genius Esports, ahead of Made in Thailand as well. So certainly finally showing themselves here to be another top contender here, as we kind of expected from one of the top teams from Thailand, isn't it?
Exactly so, and E-Arena definitely is quite the team to watch as well, where every single time that we have our counts on them, they always bring us a lot of great battles. And when we talk about battles, we're keeping our eyes peeled for what's about to happen back into Very Pure later on, as they've been battling with Global Esports Accent. So last round, it was GEX that have garnered the win in that city, but I'm not too certain if this is going to be the same exact scenario where if E-Arena usually survives, like they really go the long stretch where they even challenge top contender teams out there and really pull them all the way down. And then, of course, when we go back to all the teams that are currently in that top 5, we have already seen so much offerings here from Purple Moon coming in from the New Gen Esports, and of course, for MITH, I think today may not have been their best run so far, but they have had yield quite a consistent record on securing enough elimination points. So, final round for the night, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that we'll be able to witness another great spectacle.
Yeah, like I'm just especially like excited at the fact that it is still day 3 of the grand finals. Granted, we have T5 very much running away the lead here, but everyone else from 2nd place down has been just actually 2nd place has just been like being chased by all these teams. They're just one round after round, it's a different team that managed to find their spot there. Only Day Trade has been the most recent one to claim that spot, but Genius Esports has also been 2nd place once in this tournament. Purple Mood Esports as well. NGE, I think, were somewhere in that vicinity too. So now that things are starting to, now they're already like way past the halfway point in this tournament here, this is going to be where things are going to start to tighten up for these teams here. I think you're going to see a lot less risk taking, especially for the guys up on top, and then like for the guys that are still like struggling again in that top 8, will certainly be taking a lot more bigger risks, I think, towards the end of this tournament here. So it's still like things are not really set in stone. Is basically my point here. I think these teams still recognize that if you get great back-to-back performances like they did with Day Trade here, they can easily put you back in the game. So that's what's keeping them motivated, through I think not only these 5 rounds today, but in the next 2 days, the remaining 10 rounds is certainly going to be the last chance here for these teams to actually start to catch up. But nevertheless, when you still have teams like Tiraton 5, having such a significant lead, I think like most of these teams now are just looking at more on how to either like how to keep them suppressed, although I think that it's easier said than done, really, because you can't really identify these teams at a glance when you're out in the battlefield anyway. Failing that, the other option for them is literally trying to chase for that 2nd place, trying to chase for that 3rd place, trying to make sure that they are able to at least stay ahead of the other teams they're currently rival against here, and just mostly focus on their own performances here and just continue to collect the points every single round.
Yeah, and I'm gonna move into another topic since our screen is showing all the boys from Q Confirm. So of course, this team usually are late bloomers into the day, where usually you're hitting into round 4 and 5 hours. They will have much better records. It's not exactly every single day that we actually see that out of Q confirmed. Like, usually when they do go into battles, like, they do have that feistiness, but today, I guess, like, there were a few decent showings back in what I do believe was Miramar, and then after that, I think, like, things have been a little bit more quiet, but it's good to also see that, the vibe right there in their own homes are just pretty much relaxing, as they don't really seem to be all too tensed up about their current positioning, which is currently sitting at 12 for Q confirm.
Yeah, I think what's kind of holding them back, I think, is just the fact that they had 3 rounds where they're the first team to get taken out, and 2 of those were, funny enough, on Tego, which I would find a little bit funny. I say it's funny only because back in the group stage as well as the last chance qualifier, I think they've collected like 2 chicken dinners, sorry. They collected 2 chicken dinners on Tego itself, so they perform quite well on that map. It's just that I think now in this grand finals, with the competition being this stiff, it's forcing them now to take risks that they otherwise were never kind of like headed towards when it came to the group stage. And the fact also is that Q Confirm has failed so far in their attempts to get chicken dinners. They came extremely close a couple of times, but no dice in those rounds though. So now I think like they know pretty much where their standard is at. It's just really going to be about how to improve from here on out. Now it seems like the issues have been sorted out. We're going to be taking flight now to take our final match of the day here. It's going to be on a wrangle. It's going to be a flight path headed from the northeast down to the southwest, and still puts them in the path towards South Noka Island, still puts them close to the ferry pier. So E Arena, as well as what was that again, like GX will continue to go for that hot job, I think.
Yeah, and this is where we just basically say tomato, tomato, same thing, but a different direction. But the only major difference that this flight path allows certain more teams to get more access into the northern plains instead. Meanwhile, of course, 70 for both rounds have been off of the form of contention for all these teams to drop right into. So easy access for New Gen Esports to get as much loot as possible across Yasnaya, Polyana, and the outskirts. And same goes to UV. Now they will have a little bit more of a better grasp of control across the prison ground. Meanwhile, back in the island, there is going to be the Expendables, Purple Mood, as well as Archangel Predator. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The fight at Ferry Pier will begin shortly.
The Battle of Ferry Pier. It just feels like that's going to be a running theme, isn't it?
Like a Pearl Harbor story of sort.
Oh, good lord. I hope
hopefully not.
I hope not a Pearl Harbor for either of these teams here. They're still in contention, ladies and gentlemen. Both E-Arena as well as Global Esports exit for the prize. They've already picking up some good weapons here. Got an Ace-32 on Xavier here at AKM, already on KM99. Lyrics as well, finding a good gun for himself. Insight still trying to find some ammunition though, but you already see the arena moving quickly and swiftly now to try to surround Gex, or at least prevent themselves from being surrounded from the coastline area. KM99 going very quickly to secure the pier side there, while Insight continues to keep a flank onto Gex on the very pier here. So good news for them though. Circle lands right on top on them.
Yeah, and I'm looking at day trade on their extension across Primos as well as Quarry, where this is going to be pretty lethal for anybody that exits out of their pier all too early on. So they definitely have to access this situation, as Global Esports is currently setting their sights upon Sizzy. Now we look at this with the UMP-45 already within the sight, pointing out the window, and Sizzy, alongside with Insight, is trying to seek out for more intel against GEX. So they're taking these fights on a pretty long-range angle, whereas the Arena still scavenging for weapons. KM99 still needing to actually get a little bit more loot before he will join in the party as well. So for the time being, a little bit more of that standstill, not as explosive as compared to what we last saw back in round 4.
That's the thing. So, as we look on the other teams as well, they are in the vicinity here. Global Esports Exit, where exactly are they right now? They are, I think they're further on the soft lookout? No, not quite. I think they're actually a little bit more north, I think. Maybe can't quite spot them on the map right now, but nevertheless, they do spot Lyrics trying to come out around here. As Lyrics comes out of his warehouse there, Inside is also moving forward in order to try to keep a perimeter around Gex's sector of Ferry Pier here. While in the meantime, the other teams that are still on the outside circle are moving in. At least UV is already doing that, putting them quite close towards Q confirm here. Global Esports Access the Savior still holding onto his position here right now. Because Gex, I think, like, for the most part, they're just waiting to see any response coming out of the arena.
Wow.
They found Lyrics just in the nick of time there, while Upchen is already moving up and trying to get around the back of Insight's compound. So now Gex is moving very rapidly to try to take over Lyrics' position. This is forcing KM99 and Zixi to react as well as to start to collapse onto that point. And I think Inside also spots Upchen around the outside there, so he's going to start to come out of the compound now as he's under fire currently here. This Upchen keeps in corral. Pachil's actually from Daytrace actually across from them. Inside has just been knocked down by Upchen though, so looks like it might be trouble now for E Arena because KM99 and Zixi are not in the position to keep it supported, and Gex still has their full stack alive.
Upchen just finding a beautiful angle, and I love the read that is coming in from Xavier early on. Now they're finding level advantage, and now up top, it's going to be Cam99 that will be able to at least put a little bit more of that puncture against GEX. Zendan now coming close to the crosshair and will bite a few bullets right across. Cam99, he's just going to be able to spot every member out of GEX, and with Upchins pushing forward and damage being done, he will have to leave the vicinity eventually. Zendan right down below, and now he spots out Lyrics. Damage slowly chipping right in. Sizzy still crawling right through, but Global Esports Exit, they are hoping to just rally up the party against Lyrics.
Yep, just trying to come around and just flank him on both sides there. GX moving very rapidly, will find Lyrics, will find KM99. That will be E Arena out in 16th place. No way for them to continue on like they did in the previous round, but again, this is going to be a chance now for Gex to see how far they will go. So while all of that was going down, UV and QC actually got collapsed on each other. They've already taken down Smell, so he's the only member of UV to get caught up there as they tried to enter into the safe area. Fortunately, the other members of UV were able to slip past, so they still have 3 members still alive right now. But all that commotion with Q Confirm has also drawn the attention of GE, who was still set up closer to Pachinki there. Actually, I think they were somewhere around the ruins area initially, but now they're also coming out of their own complex there in order to try to perhaps get into a third party here between this fight between Q Confirm and UV. Then you also have Archangel Predator having come out from Sofnoka Island to very quickly take control over the bridge that links Sofnoka to the mainland here. You got Daytrade Gaming as well, just splitting up in a 2-2 formation there. Mostly, again, just taking control of these roads, just watching for movements coming from other teams there. But so far, no team is going to be in danger of like encroaching the position quite yet. Although, as I say that, PLM is quite literally headed in their direction here.
True enough, and what's interesting to also note for the fact that, sure, we see the battle inside for Pure, and for the citizens of Pachinki, namely both Cerberus as well as AAA, they decided not to engage very early on, and both of them are actually enjoying a lot more space on the open fields of Gatka, and this is just about huge setups for that late game. As we last saw Cerberus Esports improve on positioning, improve on the way that they've been taking the pace of the game, and we start to understand that, hey, this team still hoping to improve their position, and therefore all these early fights needs to be negated, and here goes Unicorn Venom now moving up ahead as they take on the rest of One Call Esports by the corners of Quarry. It's going to be a little bit dicey from this position for One Call Esports.
That's the thing, there's only 2 members of One Call that's actually trying to take this fight against UV here, because Jexy and Trick are holed up in the compound way further up north, out of range there to support Simori nor Chiburit. So I'm surprised that they're still being this aggressive right now, although Chiburit is just wrapping around this rock formation here, while at the same time Unicorn Venom decided to pull away from that compound and move further to the east side instead. That's given an opportunity now for Jexy as well as his teammate to come down to link up with the rest of One Call here. And UV just peeling away from this battle. No encounters to be found around the quarry area quite yet.
Yeah, now there is also a little bit more of a resupply coming in from the airdrop that's going to be pretty close around One Call Esports, so they will be able to at least get all the best weaponry possible, as well as all the level 3 heroes. Now, Enter Force 36, despite all these formal challenges, they are still approaching the game at their own pace as well, where they've been wrapping around from Milda Power. Now, we'll be possibly the last team to move right into the circle, and at least there's a little bit more room across the shores where they are trying to get in from mainland. So it shouldn't be all too problematic for the time being until they approach the region where they're closer to Pubg.
Yeah, and you already got a main in Thailand starting to make a move now to try to take control over that sector here. So both E36 and with E36 now entering the safe zone, so that's all the teams now inside the circle. No one out in the blue zone at the moment here, but still no major fights that I could see off right now. Most of these teams just holding in their own respective positions here. You got GE already taking control over what Sir Cloud called the Chopsticks. I'm not even sure what's the actual name.
Chopsticks too.
You got the Chopsticks too? Oh my goodness.
What would you like to name it? Antennas?
They're not antennas, they're ditches.
Yeah.
They're like drain.
Double digits?
The ditches. Oh god, this is a rabbit hole I'm not ready to go down, unfortunately. But nevertheless, E36 are now inside of the safe zone here. Everyone else is now starting to shuffle from the south side up to the north here. But you already got GE in position on Gatka here, and GE also starting to get close by T5 as well, headed towards the Chopsticks too. So the two of them are in a collision course. Then you also got Purple Moon as well as Myth starting to get too close with comfort there. In fact, I think Day Trade, who is coming up the south at the same time, just spotted Cerberus and is already starting to pour some fire onto them. Cerberus in the meantime forces Myth to try to push away there, but nevertheless Cerberus does find their own compound to work out of, and that's going to be a good position to try to head up any assault coming from Day Trade's side. In the meantime, Unicorn Venom under fire from NGE, who already took control over the bottom of the Chopsticks and has already got a knockdown of Sapao, and is still trying to find another member of UV to try to knock down.
And this is going to be getting a lot more worse for UV, as they're drawing too much of that attention. But for the time being, they should be able to resuscitate the fallen ally, and it shouldn't be too hard for them. But needing to find new hitware as well as gears is going to be very problematic. It halts the progress of where they need to be later on in the stages of the game. Whereas, with the tackle round has gotten the crosshairs pointed at from Hakai. And Purple Moon, they would suspect that there's going to be a couple of all these teams hiding by the woods over on the southern quarters of Purgi, so the Expendables now isn't exactly in the best of position because they're just by the rim of the circle. Eventually, we'll have to make a move. And speaking of that, they're getting attacked by GEX.
Yeah, Delwin's already been knocked down. Xavier is throwing some shots at the Jug Juice as well, forcing him to back out, so he's not going to be able to get close enough to rescue Delwin from this situation here. Gex pretty much have him completely surrounded, and TE can't really reach close enough to try to take over that position. And you also got Purple Moon, having heard the gunshots, also moving down southwards, so I think they might even try to head off TE here. In fact, Duck Juice already putting some shots here to force Tanawat to fall back. It seems like Xavier is now looking to try to finish off Delwin there. Will get the kill points anyway, so TE now forced to fall back here. Zendan shooting onto them while they're attempting to peel away from here, but should be able to get away without too much trouble.
Yeah, the Expendables, they may have actually lost one, but they will eventually find a lot more room to breathe the moment that they cut across into the Pochinki sector. And from this skill forward, they can actually get a little bit more of a bird's eye view upon all the other positionings of the other teams. Where Day Trade Gaming, they're definitely not going to let go of this position where they could just stay here for at least another 2 phases, depending on how it's going to move from here on. Speaking of which, we're going to get that perfect view of the minimap where, of course, engagements all across. We have Cerberus as well as Day Trade in close proximities. Meanwhile, MITH, despite being close to the center, there's not too much going on for them, and great decision making out of TE as well as AAP. They are on wheels, so they will be able to actually get a little bit more of that advantage to secure new grounds of their own. While Archangel Predator, they're in the safest spot possible by the corner of Ruins.
Yeah, Ruins somehow still in play here, ladies and gentlemen. Part of it, at least, in this next circle. So things are getting a little bit crowded right now around the Chopsticks here as main Thailand is going to make an excursion out of the way there. Panzapong as well as Roxtech getting the kills done onto UV. They will be eliminated in 15 plays there. A little bit unexpected, but then again, they were on a collision course anyway. Cerberus able to use this opportunity now to move out of their position here. Q confirms, now trying to spot and see other teams that are coming around their main and Thailand particularly is within their sights, but you also got the Expendables moving up south as well. I think Pedret has just spotted them too. He's going to pour some fire onto 777. He's under fire from 3 different teams now as AAA as well as Genius Esports get in on the action. Tadawat finds a kill onto Duckman's from behind there. Some Miv finding themselves backdoored a little bit as they attempted to try to take the fight towards AAA.
Wow, just look at how swiftly Pubg actually strikes, dropping grenades after grenades, and MITH, they're on wheels already. They know that they cannot afford to be caught off right here, right now. They need to find positioning, and now Chimoy, out of one call, have found one member out of CES. So this is going to be pretty much a huge storm coming in the way for majority of all these players out there, and the reckoning waits.
Ooh, speaking about storms, it's raining right now pretty much for the Expendables because they just got taken out while they were trying to take control over the ditch here. Both GE as well as NGE has done quite the number onto them as they attempted to try to corral that control. And T5 still holding onto the left chopstick right now, so they're not going to be any risk though of coming under fire from either of the 2 Vietnamese squads next to them. Then again, you also got Day Trade now using nice frag grenade there to get down those Star-Lords. One is going to be able to take down Jacob here. They are moving down onto the north side to keep the pressure going on to Made in Thailand, and with the knockdowns already happening here, Sylphia with a double grenade kill there will be able to take out Jacob and knock down Exquisite. Looks like it's going to be up to them now to try to finish things off, but you also got Purple Moon coming in here. Borbo's getting the shots done as well. He's already taken down one. Now I think it's only Rogue Nan is still standing here. He does take out Star-Lord from E36, forcing them now to fall back, especially Sylphia. Now he's in a very precarious position here, under fire from 2 squads. Only SK as well as Deva's supporting fire is allowing him to still stay within this fight right now.
And over on the north, we thought that Archangel Predator was safe until Day Trade Gaming arrived to the scene, and there is even more to come. We still have Cerberus Esports up north as well. Elgin Box does get the trade back, and Pachus is already out. Alec might just be able to be saved right now by Nan as they spot out Norris as well. Archangel Predator can basically gatekeep the rest of Day Trade Gaming and force them back, and when they do fall back, here comes Cerberus Esports. Hisaki now with MK12. So this is where Day Trade Gaming is just absolutely being sandwiched off. Veldov already out.
Already down, I think. And Norins is now trying to get onto the ruins here, but unfortunately, Archangel Predator is doing the same thing as well, moving up to try to secure Belmont position. He does get the knockdown of Fluky though. Evil Patrick does get the elimination on the Belmont, but they still need to deal with Norins, the big problem here. Hisaki still trying to take a pot shot. Oh, he steals a kill away here and takes out Day Trade Gaming.
Hisaki just sneaks all the way through the back end. What did I tell you about Cerberus Esports? They're just going to be the torn in the flesh for Day Trade Gaming. And the streak of consistency have now been broken for Day Trade. And of course, it's still a great day for them, but how many points did they get out in return? Maybe not as much as they want to. Now, Circle goes all the way back into the ditches that we call chopsticks. Well, I guess we can continue to do so. And here comes one call. Swiftly as they go, they will get themselves a compound. Thankfully, it was safe for the Indonesians out there, but Cerberus are about to swarm in from the back as well. Meanwhile, over onto the right-hand side of the corner, there is going to be the rest of Genius Esports that the rest of the members of One Call will have to deal with.
Cerberus is trying to wrap around the west side of the circle here in order to try to get to the west of the chopstick there. Solo Z under fire, very much so for Chipperit, but he's not able to knock it down, even despite of the fact he's using SLR there. No knockdowns onto CES. They're able to position themselves far away from One Call in this position here. Now you also got Arcade Predator is also making a move downwards. They're under fire here from GE as well as MIV. One Call in the meantime still holding onto the northern side here. Global Esports XSC E36 trying to cut across the neighborhood here. Sprays down, gets a knockdown on Deva. That should be an easy kill.
Man, Leo with the Groza! This is the weapon with one of the highest recall out there. He just lands the blow upon Deva. Beautifully done out of Global Esports Access. And look at them now with 7 points accrued. Only 10 more teams left alive, and GEX, as much as they've gotten kills in the back, this is where it's high time for them to continue on their journey, and they've got in time locking them out, though it's only 2 members out there that's still available for MITH. These guys are absolutely under fire, and even One Call 1 shooting down Leo, and they're just driving on outskirts. I don't think it's a wise move.
He's gonna get knocked down. Jin Nan has already been taken down by Simoy there, so they're very much stuck in that blue zone there. You also got Up Chen also stuck in the blue zone. Savior is gonna have to abandon him, unfortunately. Otherwise, they're gonna be at risk of losing out this position here. But that's putting him in a line of fire. Both GE as well as One Call. He will get taken down, and that will be Global Esports exiting in 10th place.
Such an upsetting way of going out. Like, they were taking great battles, and then the zone just came right in. And Cerberus Esports playing by the ditches here. Lion Cut here tries to land the golden grenade. Can he do it, though? It does look like it's primed towards the side of Taiwan. And Lion Cut, nice entry, and he does it! Terraton 5 is out of the game! Cerberus Esports prevail!
This is going to be their chance now to shine, but he got one call as well coming in to try to sweep onto Cerberus Esports. Only stopped momentarily because of fire coming in from NGE's side on the other side of the chopsticks here. Now GE also still keeping position inside the compound. They have not moved out at all. So hasn't AAA, although now the circle has pretty much forced the hand here. Duck by! Oh! The frag grenade coming in for Trick. Will finish off the rest of Cerberus, so no chance for them to continue on the journey here. They are out in 8th.
One Call is making it. Hill grenades and Trick secured for in the bag. My, that is just excruciating for the rest of the members of Cerberus who's hoping to stay put in the game, but that's possibly one of the most dangerous positions to be, where we last saw T5 was opting to go there as well. Now, in Thailand, despite having only 2, they nailed down 1 member of the side of AAA and still looking for more, knocking down onto Janko.
Yeah, the thing is that it's not only Myth that's firing upon them, it's also Q confirmed firing in from the west side. So AAA under fire from from both ends here. So kind of getting the tables turned onto attack all around here. Myth, trying to Rogue Knight is trying to move up forward, but will get caught out by Q confirmed. He's going to be down for the count here. Unfortunately, Exquisite now is going to be forced to decide either he wants to expose himself, but I don't think he'll be in time there to rescue Rogue Knight. He's going to be left to his devices. Opons finishes him off now, so that leaves them now to try to take the fight to AAA. They got the knockdown here onto Equilucia. This is not looking good here for attack all around.
Yeah, they're just being stuck right there, and then I believe that some of these tires might actually be punctured off. You look at the buggy, it's already being smoked. So attack all around, they have got no options, and they're just hugging by the very corner of the Phase 5 circle, and just waiting for Phase 6. Perhaps something can be done from then onwards. But Padred, he's closing in, and Cloris have found Yankov. So I don't think that there is much to do here for AAA, but just to stay alive.
Exactly. This next circle, though, is further adding to the woes here because that still puts QC's position in play here for this next safe zone. AAA is very much out of it. So is Extrozit, but again, he's completely solo here, so he's pretty much going to have to play his own game. AAA now trying to pour some fire onto QC. You can see 3 separate compounds here. That's going to be where one call is on the north side. You got GE as well, having the biggest compound out of everyone here if we discount that chopstick that currently New Generation Esports is currently holed up in, and it's still providing a bit of a staging ground that allows both Vanguard and FAP to maintain position. Dablo and Hakai are still watching over this fight that's breaking out on the south side here. In fact, GE is also thinking about also trying their best here to add some fuel to the fire, but it seems like AAA is still able to pile themselves into vehicles. Now they're going to be making their way to try to get around south.
And there we go. AAA on their journey way out, and they're just ramming across members of QC, and both of them getting blown out.
Wow.
They confirmed they bit off more than they could chew.
I suppose so, really. Like, I did not expect that to work out for them, but then again, it was all in or nothing here for Attack All Around, and they certainly have brought a big surprise there to Q Confirm as they found themselves out in 6th place.
They're not supposed to be alive.
I know. Oh my goodness. Exrosit as well in a solo mission now to try to get towards GE's compound, but now he's under fire from AAA as well as GE as they spot him across the field now. He's going to be forced to huddle down under a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, a headshot will come true for J-Dai to finish him off. 4 teams still remain. 4 teams still in full stacks here in spite of all their commotion, and now it's going to be one call who's attempting to get onto Genius Esports' compound.
Meantime, still secure a 5th spot by the end of the round, despite all the adversities that were put in. And I would say same could be said about AAA. This is one of the toughest rounds that we are seeing across the fields of GACA. And now everyone's moving into the shelters, and Jexy is cooking up a big nade. But I'm not sure where this is going to be primed at. It's not going to be connecting onto any former members of GE, but they did spot out Sir T. And he will be shot the moment that he turns his back against J-Dai.
That's the thing, like AAA as well is also pouring fire from the south side, and that's enough to take out one from GE, so being a bit of a disruptor in this fight too, but they're also pouring fire at the same time onto one call. Simoy does find Utah though, so that's GE down to 2 members here, as the rest of one call will be collapsing onto Utah's position here. They're still taking fire from NGE at the same time, so Chloe's and Zest cannot exactly pop the hits out too much, less they're going to get itself shot off. Now one call's Chibir has been taken down, but Dexy and Trick will still try to move up anyway. Simoy does take out Utah completely now. Chloe's and Zest now reorganizing themselves, trying to get him in position. This Rabbit comes around, takes out Chibberit. Oh my goodness, what a throw there from Zest.
My, Zest, he's still looking for the position over on top end of the rooftops, and by the late game phase, when everyone's so close to this corner, this is the perfect position to be, and Zest finds it!
Finds it just in the nick of time, but he's still not quite out of the woods yet. Now still firing upon AAA across the other side there, trying to get a hit there, but Hakai with a double grenade kill right now. Takes down Otis Grid, so NGE collapsing onto AAA right now, taking that fire on the south side. One call as well, still in the siege here with GE. Zest, even though he's aiming on the other side, he's waiting for Chloe to come around. They both will coming together in order to try to force one call out of the compound, but it's still coming around the corner here. Oh, he still gets a knockdown there with the Simboy. Will take him out.
Zest is just doing so much damage, and he is just slowly wiping him off. And Cloris, he's ever ready with the shotgun in hand.
He takes him out completely. Oh my goodness, Genius Esports just turned this fight around onto one called Trick as the last member left. AAA still very much tied up in the fight with NGE, who has sustained no casualties so far, whereas AAA is down to the last 2. J-Dai and Jankoff now trying to flank, trying to get out of the position, but J-Dai gets knocked down as he attempts to run away now, and looks like Jankoff is out in no man's land.
He just have to hide inside the smoke. There's no way out for him. He just will have to play it safe. And says he wipes out the rest of one call esports. And now it's GE versus New Gen Esports, and they've hurt the shots, and Zest finally taken down.
Finally taken down. He's able to duck into the building though, so Chloris may be in position to try to rescue him, but unfortunately the fire will come in from Vanguard as well as Pop. They will take him down. New Generation Esports takes the final chicken dinner of the day, and they seem just as surprised in the match to pull it off.
After so many rounds coming up close around the top 5, New Generation Esports got it by the end of day 3, and this is well deserved. We saw how dangerous it was for all the teams that were around the field of Gatka. And to our surprise, like a lot of all these teams that we expected to be able to put on a better round like GEX or even T5, they crashed out in very unlikely ways. And then you saw how well members of GE played despite only having 2 members.
I know, like again, it was one call who almost had the advantage on them when they got into the compound. So it was just Utah and the Glories. I mean, this absolute nut job of a pair that somehow managed to turn an L into a W for them. This is amazing to see. Nevertheless, this circle here, wow. Very, very tough to fight. I mean, again, there's so much no man's land between. Even if you're the southern tip of the circle, you can still pour a lot of fire onto guys on the northern side, and that's what like GE as well as AAA have been doing, just still kind of like pouring fire on each other. Then this is where servers collapse onto T5, taking them out of the ditch. Good shot there from Haisaki to finish them off there. Made in Thailand, they had a good position by the western side. Unfortunately, while they tried to take the fight to AAA, unexpectedly a shot coming through actually takes out one of the members of Viv, left Exquisite to run solo for the rest of the phase. Then you can see from this position here, like one call was just outside the circle, so they knew they had to come down and take over control over GE's compound. So they were having the advantage going into that fight. They already got the 2 knockdowns they needed to, but did not expect that Zest as well as Glories, was still absolute monsters, still found the kills, took them out, and maintained control over their compound.
And I just absolutely love the never say die attitude coming in from all the teams, right? Especially coming in from Attack All Around, where they survived the impossible. Though they did manage to clutch off with a chicken dinner, making it into the top 4 in such a fashion was so hard to do in a normal setting. And we're talking about the best of the players out there, and man, I am just convinced that, by the end of our weekend, whoever's gonna land that top 3, okay, we might have won for T5 for now, only for now.
For now.
But everybody else from 2nd place all the way to 10th, I'm saying that all of these guys have a chance.
I know, like again, those it's still very topsy-turvy from rank 2 onwards down. So that still remains to be tabulated there because everyone else, because the scores are being tabulated as we speak right now. So hopefully we'll be able to give you guys an update on this match results here. But safe to say, today still yet to disappoint so far in this grand finals. It's still offering action round after round here. I was worried that day 2 was going to be like the most action-packed day, but no. Day 3 still turns out to be just as packed, with all these fights coming out. And but then I think what's also we're seeing here is that some of these final circles are becoming a lot more harder for these teams now to fight.
True enough, and then not only that, the stakes are getting higher as we approach day 4, and there's no more slacking for the teams, whether if you're on the bottom half or the upper half of the table. And everybody now have gotten back into their own comfort level of performance, and now with new generation esports thriving for this round itself, and as a matter of fact, for the past couple of rounds, even if they were around the top 10, they've always walked away with a high record of kill numbers in return, and this time they yield 18. Genius Esports, with that tag team duo of theirs, will be able to pull in per team by the end of the round, and then one call. The Indonesians now walk away with 11.
Yeah, it's an amazing performance here from these teams here. One call specifically, I think did quite well to kind of salvage their position, although like the fight they took against GE didn't turn out their way. Nevertheless, like 4 placement points is certainly very welcome for their part. And it's also like good to see that Global Esports Exit still managed to earn themselves 8 kill points in spite of the fact they bowed out quite early on in this final phase. Now we have a look on the total leaderboard. New Generation Esports finally breaks into the 100 point barrier with 114 points. Still shy of like Teraton's Fight's 141, but nevertheless a good run all about here. Genius Esports off of that amazing final phase as well also breaks in the 100 point mark with 108. Daytrade Gaming and Attack All Around both tied right now at 101 points, although Daytrade having been by virtue of being there a little bit earlier is going to be taking 4th spot ahead of Attack All Around's 5th spot.
Yeah, and then we're looking at global esports exit as well as main Thailand. Sure, their performance today may not be as explosive as compared to the past 2 days in specific, but overall, they've been able to at least upkeep a certain level of standard in the form of kill numbers. But position-wise, I think like they went into a very difficult spot. We last saw global esports just moving into the blue zone. It was so hard for them to even make their way in. Main Thailand, at least on the final round, got a whole lot more in return. Purple Moon Esports on the 8th spot to finish up the first half of the table. And then on the second page here, I think One Call has been showing some significant improvements overall. And then now we're also looking at Unicorn Venom to drive up ahead, especially walk away with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think importantly for One Call, they are like quite clear of like Unicorn Venom's like scoreline right now. Whereas when you look at like Archangel Predator and Cerberus Esports, look at that. Cerberus is like 2 points behind Archangel in terms of kills, and that unfortunately unfortunately for Cerberus, they haven't really been able to pick up a lot of placement points, to be fair, over these 3 days of competition, and are still tied with Archangel Predator in that regard. But even despite that, of the fact that they picked up plenty of kills in that round, it's still not enough for them to overcome Archangel's Predator's point, which I think goes to show how badly they underperformed during the first day of this tournament here.
Yeah, and I think like by now is starting to be quite the landslide as well. It's very difficult for those that are currently sitting from 13 onwards to be moving their way up, whereas for them to do so, they need to ensure that every round that they play from tomorrow onwards all the way till Sunday to be within the top 5 ratios with high number of frags, and there's not going to be any other easy way for them to play the game in order to get into their desired top 3 positions. But hey, overall, we're pretty satisfied with the performances, and I wouldn't even say that any of these teams are doing badly at all. I think for Enter Force, they may need to also change some of the game plan on how they approach some of all these team fights and the way that they rotate. Perhaps there will be more improvements coming in from the team from Japan.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the kill leaders for day number 3 in total, I think, or rather, I only see like 5 kills. I know Rossitet definitely had way more kills than that, but nevertheless, damage numbers does look correct though, so it seems like Rossitet Jr. is like the outstanding performer of day number 3 so far, with 4,578 damage there done. Fought from NGE, also getting himself up there as well, so that's really great to see that he's still very competitive, at least in terms of kills here, along with Rossitet Jr. Then we got Chloris and Jedi from Genius Esports and AAA respectively taking 3rd and 4th overall. Belmoth still getting himself up there, and I think with Daytrade actually having 3 extremely good rounds here today, I'm only surprised to see that he's still lagging behind everyone else when it comes to total kills. Okay, now we got the updated kills here, so that's 29 kills here for Rossitet Jr. on this day itself, tying it up with Fab as well at 29. Chloe's 26 is tied with Jedi in that regard, but definitely having way more damage, and Belmoth the only outlier with 22.
Yeah, and despite Chloe's doing 26, his numbers is way higher than everybody else, so do not sleep on GE, and we just saw how well they actually did, even when they were absolutely outnumbered to secure a top 2 finish. So keep your eyes peeled out and make sure you stay alongside with us all the way till the very end of this weekend, because we're about to conclude it within 2 days' time, Victor, and I am just stoked to see these form of challengers to be able to contest against Rossitet Jr., right? Like, this man, absolutely sharp. Same goes to the rest of his teammates as well. And then today, I think it's possibly the best day for day trade gaming.
Day trade gaming. Yeah, certainly. I think like if you were to, I guess like instead of showing the individual performance, if you look at the overall for day number 3, day trade gaming would certainly be up on top. Although like the team that's currently sitting on top of the leaderboard has like stayed there since day number 1, so it's going to be quite hard, I think, even at this juncture because of the lead they had. But it's slowly being clawed back somewhat, to be fair. So it's still like it's still not definitive yet. It's never never over until it's over, but safe to say, Theraton 5 now, having the advantage compared to everyone else here, it certainly will also have at the same time, the biggest targets on their backs for the rest of this tournament here, because if any other teams identify them on the field, they will want to take that fight there, because they know getting rid of Theraton 5 means there's more chances for everyone to catch up.
That's right, but to even do so, I think like a lot of teams have trialed and tested out the strength of these members, and I think like they couldn't really crack the case so easily. There was only a few rounds where Theraton 5 on unlikely situations where they don't find the circle, or when they are forced to rotate really far, that's where they seem to be having a little bit more of a weakness. But other than that, I don't really see too much of a problem of this team to maintain their record. Like, on the average that they've been performing so far with all the frags that they've been getting, by now, even if they do walk away with 3 points per round, I would say there is going to be a little bit more of that safety net for only 1 day. 1 day only.
Yeah, I think the main concern for them is like if one of those second or third ranked teams start accumulating more like back-to-back victories, then perhaps that will be a big threat to their position on the leaderboard right now. But safe to say that Rosestedt Jr. Certainly deserves a lot of credit for what he's been able to do on this in this grand finals itself. I mean, the majority of the kills for day number 3 itself has been constantly being able to get assists too, and I think like even when you look at his gameplay at the same time, he's not only like able to try to find the angles, but also commanding his team, letting them know like how exactly to take these rotations, when to fight and when not to fight, which is often just as important here. And T5 just basically having knowing that they have the lead, knowing they have the advantage, are still very tactical in the way they apply it in these matches here. So like again, what will it take really to stop this team right now? I think it's just really going to be up to the current second or third ranked teams to get good back-to-back rounds here, close that gap significantly to T5, keep them under pressure from that point on, and then perhaps that might actually force them to crack.
Yeah, and of course, with that being said, they will have to maintain a form and level of consistency. But even with that being said, it hasn't been the easiest part to do, where every single day we see different kind of positional shift. But of course, we'll give them a little bit more of that rest for them to be able to be ready for the weekend. Any last words before we close off the night, Victor?
None at all. I mean, basically, I'm still super excited to see that, the action is still just as intense as it was, from day 2. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for day 1, but, you were there. You've seen these teams, how they perform here, and it seems like they're still continuing to keep that momentum going here. So that's just brilliant to see here, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, me as well as Victor would like to thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys are from the first minute of the countdown, or even if you joined in for our last game, once again, we appreciate you guys very much. Make sure you guys come back, same time, same place. It's PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer, as we bid you good night, and see you on the weekend.